We are live. We are back. So, Madam Clerk, based on our closed session discussion, I would like to withdraw this because we have already achieved this number in other motions that we have put forth, as we learned in closed session.
Perfect. If I can just have consensus from council to withdraw. Thank you.
Yes?
Mayor, if you don't mind, could you just speak to those services that you're referring to, just for clarity for everyone watching?
Absolutely, yes. So there was a motion. You want to speak to it, Jay? Okay, I'll pass it over to our finance department.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just reminding the public that we've already done a transit reduction of $532,000, as well as eliminated the industrial commercial ASP for $200,000, which are in the contracted services roll-up already. So we've already cut more than $700,000 from this budget already. So for awareness.
Perfect. Thank you. Awesome. Councillor Penrod? Okay, good. All right. Any other motions? In the operations department, are we?
Mayor, if we could just have a short recess. We are moving past the operating, going into the reserves discussion. So if we can just have a short recess just to get some numbers, that would be great.
Okay, would 5 minutes be enough? Okay,
Sure.
5 minute break.
Almost there.
Continue on with our budget deliberations and debate. And I believe, are we moving into a different category right now? Did you want to speak to that? Sorry, keep turning. Gary, go for it. Mr.
Thank you,
Boychuk.
Madam Mayor. We're playing hopscotch here. Yeah, so this is, as I would consider it, the grand finale, I guess, of the budget, where we get into the solving and getting down to what we can achieve from what we feel is a fair burden for the residents compared to what the ask has been. So we will be moving into a motion on reserve. And then if there are any subsequent more motions after that, I would, so the idea is that this motion, as it's being put forward, is to get us to a place that council could be comfortable with as far as the tax rate. If there is subsequent motions after this that impact, bring the price down, I would strongly request that council reconsider whatever this motion is to put more money back into reserves. If we're using this motion to get to a number that we can live with as far as a fair burden for the resident, and then we go down farther, I'd like, again, this is going to be impacting our fiscal and future health, right, and our ability to fund and finance infrastructure and service into the future. And so if there is a further reduction after this motion to go farther, I would request that we come back and reconsider this to put that equivalent money back into the bank accounts, for following what I'm saying there. So I just wanted to preface that would be a desire. That's the intent of this motion, I think, is to get us to a place that is fair for the resident, and then we can see where that goes.
Okay, thank you for that. So are there any motions remaining? I think there are, right? There are some motions remaining? Okay.
Okay, so my motion is that the proposed 2026 municipal operating budget be decreased by reducing municipal reserve transfers by $400,000 in 2026 and $200,000 in 2027. So here we are. The chickens have come home to roost. We've spent some time on capital, we've spent some time on operating, and we're down to some smaller levers, or the last levers to grab. Part of the reason that, again, that I put things forward in the capital budget was to offset this ask, where we would have been putting in as much money, or not taking out as much money as I'm proposing to not put in, and come out at a balanced reserve contribution. However, after doing all the numbers, breaking everything down, my original ask was for more than this. We were able to take some things out of the capital budget in order to leave some money into reserves, but it didn't bring us down to a number where I was comfortable with. So yes, this elongates the amount of money that we put into the reserve over some time, and I'll in a moment ask Mr. Boychuk to see what that ramification may look like, whether it's an extra year or two or whatever we're at. But it also will reduce the tax burden on the constituents this year, and will still provide for bringing funding into the reserves as well. And as Mr. Boychuk pointed out, there may still be some small levers we can pull going forward that we can continue to put to replace this $400,000 that I'm proposing taking out. So that is why I'm making this motion, is to reduce that part, because I don't think we've done enough to reduce the capital cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Cole-Smith, so we'll now open for debate.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question, is it appropriate to have the amount for 2027 included in this motion, or would that not be discussed next year, next budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Smith. So that's a fair question, and what we're trying to what I believe Councillor Hyde is trying to represent here is that it's a staged recovery back up to the full piece. Obviously, as we go through the 27 budget, needs will change, and our actual reserve contribution might be different than what we're projecting right now, and there could be fluctuations, but the intent is to smooth it out, and so that's why it's being represented like not just a one-shot, and then it's slowly to gradually bring it back, so they would slightly ease the burden in 27 and move it more to 28 and 29 for years after that. So it's a fair question, but I think it represents and will be able to demonstrate that in the next budget as well.
Okay, and then for those of us keeping score, where are we with?
Good reminder. Thank you for that. So we are sitting right now at 5.52% if this was to pass.
If this one
If
passes.
this was to pass, we would be at 5.52%. Currently, without it, if it was defeated, we would be at 6.8.
And what have we pulled from just total from the capital so far?
The net savings on the capital is $337,000.
I'll let the others speak, but I might have some more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Colesmith. Councillor Tellenboss, and then Councillor Van Newkirk.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess question for Jay here. Just would you mind running through the current proposed numbers for current transfers that we were looking to do in the proposed budget, and what the reduction of 400 would bring that down to?
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Tellenboss. So for those who are keeping track, so on page 13 of the budget document, the bottom section called transfers, the second line in, transfers to reserve. We requested a $3.1 million increase to $7.5 million. This would drop that to $2.7 million increase. Still not where I'd like it to be, but still a really good contribution for what we need to move forward.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that number.
Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Another question around the 400,000, 200,000, 2026, 2027. Is there a need for the 2027 number to be there? I understand the spirit of that, but is there a need in some financial terms for that number to be there?
Through the mayor, no, not for if we were approving a multi-year approval, it would be required, but we're just doing a single year approval. The 27 is for the spirit and not for budget approval.
Okay, sounds good. I'm still wrapping my head around another thing here before I ask any more questions. Thank you.
Councillor Penrod.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. At the risk of asking a dumb question, I hope I'm not the only one that's here, but you just identified one big number in the municipal operating budget, page 13. Just thinking again about that pie chart that was part of your presentation to the community on the overall municipal budget, the green, the blue, and the red. Can you just help me to understand the difference between the green, which is the fiscal health piece, that $600,000 proposed increase, and the capital transfers element? And specifically, are those two numbers rolled together in the number that you just gave to Councillor Tellenboss? So just walk me through why we have two pieces on the pie chart and one number in the budget.
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, that is an excellent question, and thank you for asking. So the first answer is yes, though the green and the red are mixed together as far as transfers to reserve on the budget document, right? We don't segregate a separate account for this transfer to reserve for this reason and transfer to reserve for that reason. It's just transfers to reserve is the accounting procedure. But when we break out why we're doing the transfers to reserve, so the 1.92% is $600,000. That's directly going to the financial stabilization operations and contingency reserve. That was fully drawn down to zero as of year end 2024 from the deficit position that we had. So that is dedicated just to putting more money back into that reserve, and it is critical for operational sustainability that we have a dedicated funding source for that in order to get us back to where we need to be. The 5.1% reflects our capital obligations or planning for the future. So the way that we do it, it's not always a one-to-one relationship, and we don't want to have a situation where the tax rate is doing this based on our asset need. There'll be times when our asset requirement has a giant peak for maybe large infrastructure and then maybe some quiet years, but you try to have a dedicated sustainable funding source in your operating budget that supports the ongoing capital piece. This is the contribution to build that annual amount up that directly supports the funding of most of our capital programs, at least the smaller ones or non-leviable. As we talked about in my presentation, we are going to see significant asset management life cycle challenges in the coming years with our current level of funding. So this is the first step towards building that fund up and building the sustainable funding within the operating budget. But that's the two pieces that makes up that $3.1 million in the transfers to reserve increase. So you see that the actual amount that we had recommended was a total of $7.5 million into reserves. And so that sounds really big, but when you talk about the price of capital expenditures, it's not that big of an amount from that perspective.
Thank you. So next piece, I just want to test and make sure that I understand correctly. It sounds like we have two sources and then two destinations. The two destinations you just spoke to, one destination is a reserve that it is available for operating, right? And that's the first piece you spoke to, the kind of contingency.
Operations, stabilization, and contingency, yes.
Thank you. Which we've had some very recent examples, and we continue to see around the province of when communities need to tap into that. Second destination is capital reserves that will fund things like the coming fire hall, just for one example. Partially, yeah,
so
fair.
Fire
I
hall,
overcomplicated
it will be partially funded, but it generally reserves is one of our primary funding sources for capital. So just a little recap, there's a number, we always try to use all non-municipal funds first, so government grants, developer levies, third-party contributions, and then we look at things like what is the nature of the asset. In most cases, debt is not applicable or a good approach to buy a vehicle, a 5-year vehicle that with a 20-year debt term doesn't coincide. So reserves is really the primary purchasing power for most of that. And so that's, it 100% is directly correlated with capital now and into the future.
Okay, and then the two sources piece, we've got basically a surplus as source one. Our revenues are higher than our expected expenses for 2026 until we get to the transfers piece.
Oh, I see, sorry.
It's the investment, back to the pie chart, in our long-term fiscal health that is taking us into a deficit position and requires second source, the tax levy.
It's a little more complicated than that, but at a general level, that's an accurate sentence, yes.
Okay. I'll stop there for now. Thank you. That helps me to understand what we're doing a bit better. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk.
Yeah, what I've been trying to wrap my head around here is the idea in budgeting around asking for what you need versus doing math to get to a number. What's in front of me here in this motion looks like doing math to get to a number. So I preface what I'm about to say with that, just identifying there's still personnel-related motions that are to come with the potential to modify proposed staffing in this budget, because this budget put forward needs and staffing needs. Some of the upcoming conversations may contribute to the overall need identified in the community, that might not have been a need put forward by administration in the budget. There are community concerns that I think were identified during the last campaign that administration has, got a lot of the way toward with the proposed service level increase, but I still think there's room for some of the highest community concerns to be staffed more, per se. And with that being said, I completely understand why administration spoke up and made the suggestion at the beginning around, potential to revisit this motion pending any upcoming changes. That's my reflection. That's what I'm sitting here thinking about is like, the motion in front of us is a lever, and as the mover said, it's one of the levers remaining. I understand it. I don't see the need for 200,000 in 2027 to be in there, but deal with that later if we need to, because we're dealing with the 2026 budget, and I think it's understood what the rationale is for that. So anyways, I want to make those comments and just leave that with folks, and asking for what you need versus doing math to get to a number. Just want to let that sit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. Any other Councillor for? Councillor Natellenbos?
Yes, I guess just Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, are you alluding or suggesting that we should push this off for now? Or did I misinterpret that? Sorry.
I fell short of suggesting tabling the motion because I'm trying to, I guess, what would be more, maybe a question for the clerk, what would be more procedurally rewarding, I guess, tabling this motion or, doing a vote on this motion and then revisiting it?
I'm not sure the word rewarding, but council has a number of options to do with this. Like our good friends in finance suggested that if we needed to revisit this number and add more money into the reserves, we wouldn't need, we would just need a motion to add additional. We could just add additional funds to the reserve. If it's a matter of reducing the amount, then we would want to revisit this motion if it was passed. If council prefers to table it, that's also an option, but I'm going to let.
Perhaps Councillor Hyde should speak to that, or Councillor Boychuk. Sorry, did you want to say
Councillor, I'm moving up again.
I don't know if that's a promotion you want to do, actually.
I think, and I may be putting words in Councillor Hyde's mouth, I think now that the motion has been tabled and understood, tabling it to discuss the other pieces so that all of the cards are on the table of the public, and that would be probably the preferred way I would go rather than recalling or reconsidering the motion.
So you're talking about tabling the motion till all the cards are on the table?
Until after the discussion of the other motions, yes?
Yeah, and through the mayor, to Mr. Boychuk and to my councillor friend on the side here. Yes, we have to determine that whole triangle around service and what we're cutting back, what we're adding, all those type of things too. But the citizens are looking at service, yes, but they're not going to accept a certain number of increase, or they won't like a certain number of increase. So it's not just one or the other. I think you have to consider both, and you have to say, what is the number that you feel that the constituents are going to be okay with, partnered with the level of service that comes with that. So it's not an either or conversation. I think it's an amalgamation of the two. So what I'm getting at with this motion and such like that, and I don't mind kicking this down the road because we can actually have more data to suggest that this is the right number, but I just want us to contemplate that this is not a service over where my number should be or anything like that. It's a conjunction, and it works together with the two of them. It's not an if or there. So this was just getting it to a number. There's no wrong way about that. But if we have more levers to pull to adjust this number, I don't have an issue with that either. So
Okay.
I have no problem moving this.
So I think that's the question, is not that we want to kind of take it away, but say, hey, can we, because the number might change, right? Based on the other things. Did you want to speak to
Yeah,
that?
if I could speak to that really quick, I'll just consider the toolbox here. I have a screwdriver and a hammer, and this is my multi-tool. I'd like to leave the multi-tool to the very end, if we can. So I'm asking that you'll table it to the end, if you're okay with that, Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, I don't mind tabling this to the end as long as everybody's okay with that.
If I have consensus from all of council, then we can table it.
Councillor Colesman? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Penrod? Councillor Penrod? Yes. Thank you for that discussion, and thank you, Councillor Hyde, for that.
Mayor, we're just organizing ourselves here.
Sure. Just so the public knows that sometimes the legislative services gets these motions last minute, and so they need time to actually bring it into language that we need, and that's why we have these little delays sometimes.
Okay, so I'll start putting the motions up. As I've previously mentioned, when you councillor sees their name, to go ahead and make their motion.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if this is something that can also get tabled to later on when we've gone through all of the reductions for this portion.
Motion hasn't been made yet, so we can push that one and bring the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Oops. Oh, okay, go to this one. Councillor Natellenbus.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I saw another motion there for a second. So I'd like to put forward the motion that the proposed new FTE in the 2026 operational budget be decreased from 11 to 8 full-time positions. With the proposed changes, the protective services positions be exempt from this reduction.
Do you want to speak to that?
Absolutely. So never an easy conversation. I will note that, again, these are new positions within the organization. I know administration has put the pressure on us, obviously, with this budget to make some tough decisions. And I'm going to throw the ball back in their court to make some tough decisions. Currently, what's proposed is 11 new full-time staff at about $713K. There's also 2 co-op students that I don't suggest, or interns that I don't suggest we touch. And then there's a term reallocation. And then on the utility side, there's a new full-time as well as a summer student. So there are quite a few new staff proposed. Again, I'm looking at the 11 full-time staff, and just asking and also giving administration the opportunity to choose and prioritize which staff need to go where, as opposed to suggesting certain departments that need to have staff removed. Obviously, once the decision's made, it will have significant impact in terms of our operational budget, and hopefully it's something we can find out quickly, but I do feel like it'll have a significant change on the tax levy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenboss. I'll open it up for debate. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Clarifying question maybe before any debate. How would we determine the dollar amount associated with this, Mr. Bayachek? Because we don't know which positions at which level and which tier and in which piece of the organization.
I'm sorry. Councillor CAO. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. If this motion is passed, we'd probably ask for a quick recess and then put our heads together and come up with a number as best we could.
Yeah, fair. Okay, sounds good. Maybe I'll just continue on with my thoughts here. So, full transparency, I have a motion coming up to add another position in, which has me conflicting in my head how I would vote on this one, because I vote one way on this one, and then I'm going to come back and ask, I'm telling you now, ask for another position to be considered. So just want to share with council where my head is at on this. So I'm going to continue to think about that while the rest of you weigh in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Penrod, you're next.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Natellenboss, for bringing this forward. I know there's lots of moving pieces. Sometimes Councillor Hyde spoke to this with his last motion. Sometimes we have to adjust our motion in real time based on other things that we've been doing. Just out of curiosity, have you adjusted this, given the decision that we made earlier today to fund the, to make the change we did in infrastructure, which I believe included adding a position, correct?
Correct. So correct. So yeah, there is actually 12 FTE roles currently. I'm just asking for the reduction of 3 though.
So there are now 12 and you're asking for 3. So just as a friendly amendment to make everything clear, those numbers would change to from 12 to 9?
Yeah, that would be correct. And I guess to further amend it, protect the position that we've approved in brackets with the other.
So it would be helpful for me at this stage. I don't know if this is I don't know why it would be closed session, because it's all just proposed positions, I guess, additional. So it's not like these are staff that currently exist. Could we get a list of as of right now, through the deliberations to this point, the proposed new FTEs?
If I may also, just in regards to the change here, because that motion was after the fact, that was a reduction that was before, then got brought forth, correct? So if, otherwise it might get a little complicated up there. I'm wondering if we could just say as was asked for originally, the positions to reduce down.
I'm okay either way. I think this serves the same purpose. We've just gone from 11 to 12, and I only wanted to see that 3-person reduction. So.
But you want to add in there to protect the position we just added.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just close my mic by reiterating. This feels like, similar to what Councillor Newkirk said earlier, feels like working from a number that is palatable to and making adjustments to service levels. And my preference will always be to agree on the level of services. And we've made a lot of decisions today to protect service levels and get them, invest to get them back up to the level that the community expects. And my concern, and I'll be happy to hear what how administration would be thinking about this. My concern is that we've taken 2 steps forward and now we'll take 2 steps back, because we've sort of talked about investing in those services, and now we're going to undercut our ability organizationally to deliver those services.
I appreciate those comments. Councillor Hyde?
Yeah, I think that I see where Councillor Penrod is going. I think that we can do this at a little bit higher level and basically let the public know that this isn't management positions, that this is positions for doing service level work. And I think that there has to be some clarity done around that. So I'll throw this back at administration to see whether or not the proposed amendments make sense and we can work within this motion and still maintain the service levels that we want to do. So I would mind sending this back to the CEO to speak to that.
Yeah, before you speak, I just wanted to clarify. I was not under the impression that it was just non-managerial, but maybe you can clarify that as well.
Certainly I can. Yeah, these are non-managerial positions, each one of them. As far as service levels, these positions are part of our overall plan to get back to service levels, to our current service levels, and then hopefully help us leapfrog. Some of these positions are directly related to the MDP and the land use bylaw. A couple of them are actually in utilities, so they are paid for by a different budget. So I do have the numbers in front of me. If council decides to go that route, I think we need to clean up this motion. Personally, I think it can stay at 11 and 8. Councillor Natellenbos, and the reason I say that is council specifically made a motion to add the other money at service level and person, so we're not going to go back and take it, but whatever you're comfortable with. So again, if this passes, give us some time and we'll come up with a number.
Thank you for that. Again, another clarification. So you mentioned there that some of these relate to the MDP and so on. So again, I see that in contracted services as well. So I just want to make sure that there's both, or are you talking about the same?
We need both to amend the land use bylaw and the MDP. We need contracted services and we need internal planners.
Okay, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk.
Yeah, so what was just said kind of flags a concern for me around our ability to do the things that are most important. I 100% understand what's trying to be accomplished here. We're trying to get a little more. And, you know, I still contemplate that, but the reality exists is that post-budget, you know, if this passed and if there's other things that pass, whatever, post-budget, administration might need to come back to council and say, you know, you guys cut too much and we can't do this, or we can't deliver it by this date, and, you know, this is going to take longer, that's going to take longer, because after budget, there's always reflection and reality checks and calculations and all of those things that happen. So, I guess the word is caution about, you know, going too far, but I also completely understand, you know, the spirit of this motion. So just want to share those comments with council. There's no direction there, but just wanted to share those thoughts. Like, administration can always come back and say, we can't do this anymore, we can't do that anymore, or we have to hire another contractor in order to get this done, and here's the budget adjustment. If you don't approve it, it won't get done, right? So
I appreciate you saying that, because I know that we are working on previous council's asks right now in terms of budget directives currently, that we have the opportunity coming into the new year to make those adjustments. I understand the spirit of this as well, and you know, as I've said this before, completely honest, it's sometimes hard for me to, unless I have data to support, you know, adding on new staff or new things. And I think that that's something the admin has heard from us in terms of that we would like in the future in terms of metrics and basically a business case in that regards to there's been. And so just letting you know kind of the struggle I have in terms of whenever there's decisions regarding this, it has to be backed up in some way. And I'm not saying you haven't said that in terms of the service levels, but I think going forward, I think it'd be really important for us as council to have some measurements, some KPIs, some metrics that we could determine that. And that's something that I feel would be very, very helpful for me in decision-making. Councillor Natellenbos and then Councillor Cole-Smith.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. I do really want to reiterate that these are new proposed positions. They're not existing positions. So again, I know it was touched on, but we're not affecting anyone's current employment. In addition to that, Mr. Schwartz did mention that there was the utility side of it. That's not included in this number. So there's an additional full-time employee there, and there's also one full summer student. So that's not included in those numbers. Looking at about a 25% decrease in the proposed staff. So it's one of the levers that we talk about. It's an opportunity for us to reduce the tax levy, again, without affecting current employees. So I'm giving the opportunity for administration to make these decisions. I'm not here telling you who needs to be on your team. I'm letting you guys have the opportunity to decide who you need and determine what priority staff looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. Councillor Cole-Smith and Councillor Haig.
Thank you. It's been a long couple of days, and just to hop on the theme of dumb questions, is this not similar to the infrastructure capital ask that was done earlier, where there was an ask to identify something, right? Okay. It feels like we're trying to make the decision firmly up front, like we're doing it backwards from how we handled the other one. Perhaps I'm misremembering.
Mr. Bohacek.
So through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Smith, so yes, in the instance of the infrastructure around the fleet renewal program, a number was put on the table, and then administration went away and made a decision around what we would recommend to get there. I think this conversation is maybe a little bit more complicated with the implications around services and multifaceted permutations and such, that in an ideal state, we would be able to recess for an extended period of time and take that away and figure out what the service relevance is and impacts, and then bring that back. But in the interest of, if we're moving this forward, I think that the expectation is that you tell us how many we need to find, and then we would go back and come back with an answer of what that means, both financially and from a service impact perspective.
Okay, fair enough.
And we can always revisit that motion as well, right? Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Councillor Cole-Smith, are you good? Good. Councillor Haig?
Yeah, just a little clarification. The mayor had said about working around the land use bylaw and the work that we have to do on everything else this next coming years. Councillor Schwartz, you had said that we both need contract and a full-time employee. Would this be a term employment until after those items were completely finished in the next 2-3 years? I mean, I don't know if we would need them beyond that type of service, and so when I look at that, I go, is this just a term position, or is this, what are we going to do with this person later on if we're hiring them for this purpose, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's correct. This is a 2-year term position, not to move the land use bylaw and the MDP along.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Natellenbos?
Thank you. I guess just before we go to a vote, again, I just want to really emphasize, because I know there was a bit of confusion in numbers, this is for only, I'm proposing that we only eliminate 3 positions that don't exist. So I think it's an opportunity for cost savings. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was your closing? Okay, good. Okay, we will vote. And that passed unanimously.
Madam Mayor, so after the passing, administration would request a recess. We need, how long?
Okay. Does, in terms of for
15 minutes, 10?
relating
minutes?
to that particular motion, or?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my question is, are we asking for that to come back now, or do we need to continue with the motions and then get us the information later? Or does that matter? The number?
From a process perspective, we will need that by the end in order to approve a tax
Okay.
increase at the end. So it could be recess now and come back, or we
Okay.
could.
How much
delay-
time would you need?
So,
15 minutes?
Sure.
Let's do a 15-minute.
thank you.
15-minute break. So we're going to come back here 15 minutes, 55, 5 minutes to 3, 2:55. Bohachuk. Did I pronounce that right?
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So after discussion with administration, we are recommending, so there's an engineering technologist, development planner one, and an administrative assistant for municipal enforcement to be withdrawn from the budget from administration side. And I would invite CAO office to speak, or even the directors to speak to the service implications of these reductions. Sorry, before I do that, the dollar value impact of these three positions, $195,730.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill, can you speak to the impact of that?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Jay. Yes, we did have a brief chat about which positions we were left that were vacant right now without touching the frontline protective services staff, the increases to staff and infrastructure for parks and roads. So we were left with a decision to make, and we've selected the engineering tech. And I just want to flag the service level impacts of that. So we have seen, as mentioned, a 30 to 40% increase in our development permit applications or other applications that come in that require engineering reviews. And we have been not meeting our service levels there, so that will continue. The municipal enforcement admin person, what we'll do there is distribute that work across the CPOs. So yes, we'll add the CPO resource, but some of the admin work will fall onto the existing staff. And then finally, the long-term planner that we propose to add to support the land use bylaw, the MDP, the ICF, the IDP, and all the other acronyms that are in the planning department. That work may just happen slower, but those plans need to happen. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so just so for contextually of where that leaves us in the financial position, we are currently at 6.17%.
Thank you. Councillor Penrod, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah, thanks. I just got sideways taking down my notes. Could you just restate the positions that are being cut again? I caught 2 of the 3, but missed the 3rd.
Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, municipal enforcement admin, 1 engineering technologist, and 1 planner.
Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. So we can continue on with our motions. So this is a motion that the 2026 proposed operating budget be amended by removing the grant coordinator full-time position, employee position. And my reasoning behind this is because that I have learned that there are organizations that work with municipalities in the region currently that offer services where you can actually have someone secure grants for your municipality and they don't get paid until they actually secure the grant. So when they are successful at securing those grants, they get paid, and then there's an admin fee that pays for that work. So my thinking around this is it's a way to, again, shave off that, but at the same time offering the suggestion that maybe we can look elsewhere to fill that need through that kind of a service, which I know is out there readily available. So if anyone wants to debate, Councillor Netellenbos.
Perfect, thank you, Mayor. Is the administration familiar with the role or the group that's able to provide that service? And if so, would they mind speaking to that? Is that a potential opportunity we could capitalize on?
Number 6, go ahead. Who's number 6? Oh, there you are.
Hi, through the mayor to Councillor Netellenbos. Yes, that is correct. There are organizations that do provide their service, though as the mayor suggested, they do take up sometimes a portion of the grant that you've received as their fee or another fee, or a separate fee, sorry, from, that's not directly connected to the amount of the grant. The thing that I would caution is just the lack of the organizational knowledge that those organizations would have. My experience so far is that the management of these external consultants still takes a significant amount of internal resources to be able to provide them the information they require to apply for the grants.
Okay, perfect, thanks. I'll just put my standpoint here. Because of my previous motion, I would technically be asking for 4 changes in FTEs, and I put forward 3, so it's not that I don't support what's being proposed here. I just feel like I gave the opportunity to administration to make those choices, and this was not one of them, and that's fine. So I'm going to be hard pressed to support it just because of my previous motion. Thank you.
Councillor Murray?
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Just looking at this and understanding your reason why, it sounds like a very clear possibility that sounds like it would give us some options. But I am curious, if we were to go this route, because of what you had said, Ms. Squires, would we still need to set aside perhaps a little bit of funding, maybe not in the same amount as an FTE, but if there were, like you kind of said, if you get some grant funding, then they take a portion, but does that work to be exactly from what you're getting as a grant, or is that something that would come out of a different bank, so to speak?
Sorry, number 6, there you go.
Okay, through the mayor to Councillor Murray, I hope I'm understanding your question correctly. I would say it's an internal capacity issue to manage the individuals that would be doing this work. So we're asking for this resource because of the capacity to be able to apply for grants internally. It depends on the organization that you use. They will take a portion of the grant itself, like a fee as a percentage of the amount that you get, or sometimes they have a separate fee depending on who you choose to use. But it's the internal capacity part of managing those individuals. And then, of course, once you receive a grant, there is a significant amount of reporting that you need to do that would still be required for us to be doing internally. A grant coordinator would not do that work. Or sorry, an external grant consultant would not do that work.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Murray.
So potentially money could come in, but then there'd still be some administrative tasks in the follow-up. And can you just speak a little bit less high level about, you said there's like a knowledge piece.
Sure.
Like, have you worked with some of these grant coordinators before? Are they completely not city focused, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, I guess I can speak to it. I've been one of the grant coordinators externally to organizations in the past in my previous consulting jobs. And so the challenge is that you don't have the internal knowledge necessarily on, say we're applying for an infrastructure grant. I still rely a lot on the subject matter experts in the room to understand the specifics to the projects that we're applying for. And so an example I'll give is the size of a reservoir. Do we own the land already? Those are all details that an external grant consultant wouldn't necessarily have. And so that's a lot of internal information gathering that we would hope that the grant coordinator would be doing, and also then building a repertoire of that information and building those relationships with the staff to be able to do that ongoing. So the role of this person would be to be identifying grants that are specific to the projects that we're doing here at the city, and so having them embedded into our teams would be ideal, because they would have that information readily available to them, and they would be engaging with our teams on a day-to-day basis. And then also with those relationship buildings, they'd be working with our SMEs internally every day.
Councillor Penrod, and then Councillor Hyde.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Natellenbos spoke to it, but I'll just kind of underline. We did just ask admin to do the work of kind of making an extra decision of what comes above the line and what falls below, and they specifically didn't choose this position, so I noticed that right away. And I'll just remember for myself too that this is a position that we've been very conservative in our budgeting to say that it has a partial recovery attached, but the advice that I recall hearing from admin is that we forecast and will endeavor to make this be a fully recoverable position. So a good opportunity to continue to grow our organization and the efficiency in-house with no burden or very little burden to the ratepayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole-Smith, and then Councillor Hyde.
Thank you. Councillor Penrod and Councillor Natellenbos already spoke to my first point, so I won't remake it. But would having this new position available, would that open the door to perhaps exploring some of the avenues that the mayor alluded to with some of the contract grant applying entities?
Sorry, wrong one.
I wouldn't necessarily suggest that if we had the grant coordinator, we would need as many external resources to be able to apply for grants. I would expect that this role would give us an ability to be a lot more proactive in identifying grants. I would say we do a fairly good job right now, but it is something that is happening largely on the side of desks at the moment.
Fair, thank you.
Councillor Hyde, and then Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess this comes back to that whole conversation around tipping point. When does the contracting make sense? When does it make sense to put an FTE in place? So when I look at those two narratives and say, are we at the point where we need this position because the cost of farming it out, it has outweighed the cost of having somebody to be hired. So in your opinion, is that where we are? Is this the tipping point where it's costing us more to go after grants through contract, and this will make it better to be able to have a full-time employee instead? I guess that's where the rubber meets the road, right?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, I would say we're potentially at a tipping point in two different ways. There is a lot of money that we are potentially leaving on the table by not applying for them because we don't have the capacity at the moment to be as proactive as I think we would like to be. Additionally, I would say the current financial position that the city is in would also be considered a tipping point where we need to be proactive and take advantage of external funding opportunities where we can find them.
So I guess the follow-up question for that is, how is this measurable? So when we look at this, the grants we were able to ascertain before this position, and what is that going to look like as the grants we are able to get after this position? So just trying to quantify, the asset, basically, is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We have implemented a new grant application process over the last 2 years. This was our effort to be more proactive with the resources that we had internally by tracking and attempting to apply for projects where we could. So with that, we've been tracking what we've been receiving in grants with this new process for the last 2 years. And so I think as part of all of the work we've been doing on corporate planning and quarterly reporting, this is something that we'd be able to bring back to council on a fairly regular basis to show what measured impact we've been making with our applications.
Yeah, I think that's the point, is I think that we need more transparency around that, and to say to the public, this was worth hiring this person because here's the firm data on that. And so that would be my proposal is not to support this motion in that case that we do see that quarterly reporting back to council as to the justification for it.
Councillor Van Newkirk. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. With all the discussion, I think it's pretty clear that, why administration hasn't already used a firm like this, right? So we've heard the grants we've applied for aren't always straightforward. The asks and needs span across departments. What I know is that by the time you gather all the information to give to the external person, you may as well have done it yourself. The work on the back end is still required. All that reporting, the grant coordinator support that I've been a part of is all front end. The back end still all exists. And there's a constant struggle on a back and forth with an organization. So if you put yourself out there, this is operational. I've managed, hired, and I've managed and hired grant coordinators, and there are issues getting information backwards and forwards from the client to the coordinator and the coordinator to the client constantly, and it gets frustrating for both organizations. I'll say it like that. But so in closing, for me, like when an opportunity presents itself to invest in a position like this long term, I think we should take it. And the reason for that is that means the organization has reached that tipping point where the benefit of this is really, really going to be noticed in the organization. One of the cautions I would make, I would support reporting or quarterly reporting and all that kind of stuff, but I wouldn't want to be in a position where unsuccessful grants has a person sitting here fearing for their job quarterly. So I think that we'd have to be careful with that. And I also believe that a grant coordinator will spread his or her wings in the organization in ways we don't even understand yet. We're just talking about, apply for this grant. And to be clear to the community, we aren't just talking about a grant for a playground. We aren't just talking about a grant for 10 oil changes. We're talking about grants that move the needle on processes and procedures, grants that are joint with other municipalities in the region, grants that may be joint with user groups in the community. A user group in the community tailored grant, that means the person has to leave this office, go liaise in the community, get what they need, and come back. I couldn't imagine how frustrating that would be doing if you were an external person, being hired to go and do that. So anyways, I'll yield the floor there. I don't support removing this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. Any other debate? Then I'll close. So thank you for that debate. Just for the reasons actually already stipulated that there are organizations that work specifically with municipalities in the area. They do this in and out. They know grants across the board, and that is what they do, their work. And so for me, this was a way to solve a problem without having to front end the money and to be able to get the need filled at the same time as having a opportunity to be able to do it on the back end. My understanding is a lot of grants come with admin fees, which usually pay for that service in that admin fee. So that's why I brought this forward, and we'll go for the transparency of the community watching as well. Just wanted to see where we can again bring down that number. So if no more further discussion, we will vote. And that was defeated with just myself in favor. Thank you for that debate, and we will move on to the next motion. Councillor Van Newkirk, this is yours.
Yeah, thank you. You'll notice I've been pretty quiet on motions in this budget. Administration did a whole bunch of work to put something in front of us that was, you know, the best attempt to get us back to, or best attempt at a plan to get us back to where service levels need to be. Couple of my motions overlapped with others, and they just fell off, and that's fine. I was still able to participate in those. What I'm asking for support here, let me move the motion and then I'll speak to it. I'll move that the proposed protective services operational budget be increased to add one community peace officer position with a net impact of taxes of $62,742, and that the capital budget be increased to purchase the required patrol vehicle. Thank you. So I'll continue speaking to that. So the capital piece, recall we heard that was about 100,000, just for the numbers and for keeping track. We just went through a robust campaign. We all heard all kinds of different things. The two things that floated right to the top for me were the need to figure out how and where we have a community conversation on growth, a community conversation on density. No one can dispute that. I rescinded a motion earlier that'll come back as a subsequent motion. I did that so that we can do a better job at that plan to make sure we have better outcomes. And I hope for everyone to participate on that and just help make that better. The second piece that was loud and clear to me is the community has an ongoing desire to move our municipal enforcement in a proactive direction. Last week we heard from administration that each staff member wants to get to that, they want to get to the point where they're proactive. Each corner of the municipality has identified different needs and wants around enforcing our bylaws and the rules. We have those areas concerned with weeds. We have those areas concerned with refuse and debris. We have, areas concerned with traffic. I asked a specific question early on in the budget. What is the cost of a bylaw officer? And I was reminded that due to the limited scope of a bylaw officer, that it wasn't as advantageous to bring that position on. And a CPO would be, if we're going to invest in it, let's invest in the position that can best support the most things in the municipality. So the community wants to see more enforcement on the ground. And I said this once already, and I'll close with this, asking for all of your support on this. And that is, I'm not certain that the community has felt what it's like to enforce all the rules we currently have. And I think that by adding an additional resource, we get closer to that feeling. Some residents have requested, change this rule, change that rule. And what I'm suggesting here is let's get one step closer to enforcing all the rules that currently exist in the community. So asking for your support on this, council, and just to highlight that it is a net increase. It is an increase in personnel, which will move the tax roll in the other direction. And I'll leave it at that and see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. I just want to have clarification. The second part of your motion here, is this not bringing back a motion that Councillor Colesmith had earlier in terms of removing, or?
No, this would be the associated capital with bringing in a new position.
So what's the total, with the vehicle as well, what is the total ask?
So as I understand it, and was presented earlier, that the net impact to taxes would be 62742. That's the difference of the position and expected income based on that position. And then $100,000 was the number we were given earlier. That would be vehicle, kit, gear, all the outfit that would come along with that position. So if I'm wrong, please.
Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Bohachuk?
Only that, so the net revenue expense is correct, and that we didn't share publicly the cost of the vehicle. It was part of capital.
Sorry
but
about that.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's still a big lump. Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's okay, so that's why it's written that way. I was just curious as to why they were put together. This is an ask, but you're asking in addition to what they're already asking?
That's right, yeah, yeah. So the administration has proposed, and this is me proposing an additional.
So
on
that
top
would
of
be 5? Sorry, can you just
Whatever number
clarify
that
the
would be.
number that was asked, and now this is just for the transparency for the public?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, the number of which?
CPO.
So currently in the budget, there is one CPO being requested. This would be a second CPO, and I think the conversation is around the vehicle replacements and growth. So we had originally requested 2 renewals and 1 growth, and I think we eliminated one of the renewals. So my understanding would be the estimation that this new officer would also need a car, but I guess there's a conversation about that relationship still there?
Exactly, that's why I was asking the question, because I thought that was related to you. So you want to speak to that, Councillor Goldsmith?
I was going to ask if we could split this into 2 separate motions, just discuss the officer and then the vehicle, just for simplicity.
I would be open to doing that if procedurally that works. I don't know, Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Through to Councillor Colesmith. Yes, we can divide the question as long as the 2 stand on their own. And in this case, I would just ask that I would be able to put the 2026 capital budget, just add that into there so then they can stand alone and we could divide the question. We would need consensus from council to do that.
Okay.
Sorry, just before we do that, and I'm fine with that, but for Mr. Malvin, would that still be a functional role without an attached vehicle?
Thank you for asking that. That's where I was going to go.
17. Go for it, Chief Melvin.
Through the mayor to Councillor Lintellenboss. Obviously, the current ratio that we have is an officer per vehicle. We have 4 full-time staff and 4 operational vehicles. We did do, this morning, do a canvas just to give you a snapshot of what majority of everybody else is doing in the Metro Edmonton region when it comes to ratio. So Sturgeon County, 10 officers, 10 vehicles. Parkland, 14 with 10 vehicles. Strathcona, 34, 16 vehicles. Camrose, 4. Lloydminster, 4. Leduc, 4. Vegreville, 2. So understanding that as you increase amount of staff, there's only so many staff that you have on duty. But for us right now, and just to confirm for councils and the public's awareness when it comes to what does our daily staff look like. So we have staff members starting at 6 a.m., another one starting at 8. And then we have, depending on the time of year, so now that it's getting darker earlier, we have a member starting at 10. And then you also have the supervisor that's doing all the day-to-day calls and following up on all the evening calls when we don't have staff on. So that's where your 4 vehicles are tied to. And then obviously decreasing or decommissioning any of those assets limits our ability to bring in an extra staff member when we need to do snow clearing, because they're going to be tied up doing snow clearing, so they're not going to be answering any other calls in the community, nor are they going to be out doing any type of proactive policing. So obviously when we put the staff member in this year, we need to cover the most amount of ground as possible when we have the staff working and not trying to have 2 staff in per vehicle. Fully understand if we had an abundance of staff, but all the staff that we have during the working day, we need them to go out and do proactive enforcement and not sitting in an office taking your call, but sorry, I can't come and deal with a dog complaint because I can't get down there. I'll have to wait up until they're dealing with something else. A lot of times we can only handle 1 or 2 calls at a time, so it becomes problematic. But fully understand that as we continue to grow, the tendency is not have a one-to-one, but with such of a small workforce that we have and to cover off these things, and none of this takes into consideration any type of down for maintenance, down for parts. For some reason, if one got lost or damaged, these are not easily, you're anywhere between 4 or 5 months of getting one of these replaced. So it just creates some problems and could impact level of service where we can't get out to the community. And obviously the community is asking, we want you to get out there and do more stuff, but obviously we need some asset to get out there and do it with. So I'll leave it at that if that answers your question.
Yes, perfect. I think I'll just leave it to Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, but I do have more questions after.
Sounds good. And hearing that, I'm not willing to split this up into two motions. I'd like to leave it as one. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Goldsmith wanted, if it impacts, I'll let everyone speak and then we'll go from there. Councillor Murray.
Just another quick question again about community peace officer and what that role, this is very high level, please, what that role sort of entails or what they can do versus, say, for example, RCMP, which most people understand the role of that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Murray, obviously for everybody's general knowledge, the RCMP can do a lot more of everything criminal related, where that doesn't fall into the scope of duties of a community peace officer. Now, the community peace officer over the years has built on historically bylaw officer. That's what they used to be tagged as. But within the scope of duties within the city of Beaumont, the bylaw officer can enforce bylaws that have been enacted by the municipality. They can assist with violations that are generated from other departments, land use bylaw. They can do all moving violations, so any type of speeding, crosswalks, parking, any of those things, they can do that, where a bylaw officer can't do any moving violations. So they can do all of those. So that's where, when you look at, in the budget document, we talk about, in theory, ticket revenue. Obviously, there's some enforcing the rules will generate some type of ticket revenue that goes back into proactive things out there in the community. A lot of the calls that we deal with, and this is no different than the RCMP, are typically not your 2-minute, you're down talking to a resident, could take you an hour. In time that there's more calls coming in, and we're only looking at right now enforcing 10 hours a day. That's currently what our staff can have, and we're not doing 7-day-a-week coverage. So the community peace officer can do a variety of things for the community. That proactive piece, some of the stop gaps where the RCMP are getting tied up on more complex calls, we can pick up. And we're also looking at through the Solicitor General and the GOA, as in, is there anything else more that community peace officers can do that'll be beneficial to a municipality, where you can bring on a CPO at a much less cost than an RCMP member to pick up some of the traffic safety initiatives or certain things in the community that a CPO can do. So they can do a lot of things, but a lot of the criminal stuff, DUIs, any type of criminal stuff, that's the RCMP's role here in the community.
Okay, thank you. That makes it clear, and I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that at home, that it may affect positively a little bit our RCMP officers as well, which is generally a good thing for the whole community.
And yes, through the mayor to Councillor Murray, a lot of the files that the RCMP officers are dealing with right now are taking more than one member. There's a lot more paperwork that is involved. So that creates some time where less presence in the community. And that's why when we look at our enforcement vehicles, in theory, they're a mobile office. They can do everything in the vehicle, get out there, public can see you, answer the questions, generate the discussions. A lot of the things, proactive policing, we've seen over time that this is great for the community. Being reactive is where it generates the problems, not only for administration, but obviously for council.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Penrod, and then Hyde.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. I'm with you. I heard this loud and clear that there's strong desire in the community for a more proactive approach to our enforcement on every front. I've often thought about your comment of let's get to a point where we can actually enforce the standards we've created before we start creating new standards. And I think that's a really solid place to be. My question's for Chief Melvin. Another piece that I reflect on this is what are our policies that council's already approved. So I'm looking at our levels of service policy for municipal enforcement specifically, which came out of a larger plan that we had done on all of our emergency services, or protective services, I should say. Item 5.1.4 says the city shall maintain a population to staffing ratio of 1 community peace officer per 5,000 residents and 1 administrative support for every 4.5 community peace officers. So we've obviously, a couple motions ago, taken a decision that led to the elimination from the budget of the administrative assistant that was part of administration's plan put forward. As I understand it, that's because we put forward an additional community peace officer, and so that triggered within our policy the addition of an admin staff. We've now eliminated that admin staff, and now we have before us the desire to add an additional CPO. I'm not saying I'm against that, but just like to hear from Chief Melvin, how do those two decisions impact overall ability for your department to take a more proactive approach? And would you prefer to have, if it came to a decision, would you prefer to have the admin position or this one? I don't know that anyone's thinking you could have both.
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod. Obviously, having admin support to CPOs is a critical piece. Currently, right now, in protective services, we only have 1 admin person for both municipal enforcement and fire. The admin person, when we did the review, the admin person deals with a lot of the paperwork that needs to happen for any files that go to court. Any of the uploading, you would figure electronic uploading would be relatively easy, but there's several documents and the records management, it needs to come with 1 file. Right now it gets downloaded to the officer. So we always hear, and I've heard since I've been here, well, we always see the vehicles parked over at the Ken Nickel and nobody's out doing anything. Well, they need to understand that there's a substantial amount of data that needs to be uploaded. You can't do it in the car, you got to do it in the office. All the video, any of the phone calls, all of that file needs to be ready so that if the person goes ahead and disagrees with the charge and goes to court, you need to have all that information ready. So right now, between my admin person, a little bit of myself when my admin is on holidays or out of the office, and the current staff, that's what they have to focus on to do that. So once again, the intent here with the program itself is to be visible in the community and try to get out beyond of, we understand that there is some office work as part of their 10-hour shift. There is time that they're going to have to be in the office to finish all the paperwork for that day to get ready for the next day. But obviously, for the benefit of the community, I would rather take the hit on the administration and put that burden on me than not having a front-facing someone out in the community dealing with the public. I can burden that administrative workload to benefit to have somebody out in the community dealing with the public and trying to resolve some of the concerns that they have when it comes to municipal enforcement.
Thank you. I think that's a pretty clear endorsement of where you would see the most operational impact here. So just if I can summarize, I don't want to put words in your mouth, tell me if I'm getting it incorrect, but in your estimation, the best way that we could move towards more proactive community policing or enforcement, I'll say that, would be to invest in this additional CPO as opposed to having that admin piece. Though both are ultimately needed, this year there's only room for 1.
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, obviously understanding the challenges that council has in front of them when it comes to the budget. The benefit for the community, although we, as all of my colleagues here have done, as in to try to get as thin as possible, that's why we didn't request an additional 1. We've requested 1 to kind of get us to that kind of 25,000, 1 to 5,000 ratio. Any additional resources is definitely beneficial, but having front-facing and the admin piece, I can burden that in the 2026 budget moving forward. So I think that's where I would stand on that.
Thank you. And just one more piece for like scorekeeping. We made a decision not to action one of the replacement vehicles. That ultimately hasn't yet changed the ratio of officers to vehicles. It just means that one of our vehicles in our fleet is older than we would like to have. So we have a little bit less redundancy in the system.
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, yes, the motion was not to replace it in the 2026 budget. We would still hold on to the resource as long as possible until it triggers some type of catastrophic investment, and then we would have a discussion internally with administration and bring that forward to council on any recommendations that we would have.
So if this goes forward, we're looking at 6 CPOs, 6 vehicles, and we'll just hope that, what was her name? Betsy? Last another year? Or was that was the lawnmower, I think, Betsy. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So, be patient with me, sorry. Just for clarity, can you just go through how many RCMP, how many CPOs that we have currently? I just want to make sure I got my numbers straight.
So RCMP, we have 17 members. There's 5 admin staff to support 17 members for the RCMP, 1 supervisor, and a variety of admin staff that work Monday to Friday. CPO, there's currently, currently as we stand right now outside of the budget, there's 4 FTEs, 1 supervisor, and 3 community peace officers. They're all community peace officers, but 1 is a supervisor.
Okay.
Currently, the fleet for the CPOs is that there's 3 SUVs and 1 pickup. 2 of the SUVs are in the current budget, 204, 206 to be replaced. One's a 2012, that's the second engine one, and then 1 is a 2016. So that's currently what we have. 4 vehicles, 4 staff, no admin other than the protective services coordinator.
Thank you. And the ask is in the budget for 1 extra CPO, and I think we already took away the option to have a new vehicle or replacement vehicle. Is that correct?
In the budget, there was 1 ask for a CPO for growth, in addition to the 1 vehicle ask for growth. Out of the 2 that are in the replacement, only 1 is being replaced in 2026.
Okay.
2026.
Okay, so that's where I'm getting a little confused in terms of which vehicle we took away and which vehicle we're now bringing back in. Are we kind of negating the motion that was from before?
Through the mayor, maybe I'll ask my LLS colleagues to maybe reread that motion so the council's aware of what the motion was in reference to Unit 204, if that helps.
Yeah, or you could just let me know. You can speak to that, Mr. Boyd. Hi, Chuck.
So the motion was to eliminate one of the renewal vehicles, right? So this motion
So not
is...
replacement, renewal? So
Or
the
sorry,
same thing?
Same thing.
Same
sorry.
thing, okay. renewal.
Replacing the old one with the double... Right, so the old one with the double engine is being replaced, the 2016 one that we spoke to would not be replaced.
Okay.
So we'll drive that until the wheels fall off. So the other one is the new CPO is coming with a new vehicle that's currently in the budget.
Yeah,
And then this is for an additional CPO with another vehicle for that one. So it'll still be a 1-to-1 ratio for all of the staff and cars.
okay, so that would bring it up to 6 and 6.
That's my, yes.
If both of those things go forward.
Yes.
Correct? I just wanted to clarify because I was getting bogged down in the growth and the renewal
Yes.
and things like that. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we're going to go over to Councillor Hyde and then Councillor Colesmith.
Okay, those are lots of 6s and 5s, 4s and 3s and all over the place. So I'll try to wrap my head all around this, but currently, just going back to Chief Melvin, with the ask that we already have on the table that has already been approved, are we meeting the ratio properly that we have set out in our policy?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, our policy is 1 to 5,000. So if we look at the 2026 ask from administration. That would bring us up to 5 CPOs, which is a 1 to 5,000 ratio for a 25,000 population. But obviously, as soon as you go over 5,000, then you go down. So that's what the ask is for this year, to try to meet what we're currently said that we were going to do, is to do what we said we're going to do, is that 1 to 5,000 ratio. Obviously, the admin support is in that policy, but decisions already been put forward on that. So.
Okay, so basically with this proposal that we're putting up here, the motion, we're getting ahead of the curve, per se.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, if you're just looking directly at the policy, we would be at 6 CPOs, and that would be for 1 to 5,000, that would be for 30,000 population.
Yeah, okay, so that was just for some confirmation on that as far as policy went and such, so I just wanted to get ahead of that. There is no doubt that the city is growing, and with that comes other elements, but I feel that with the current ask going forward this year, that we probably could look at a year from now or two to bring this ask forward again. Policy-wise, I leave that with you, Mr. Melvin, because right now I think that we are meeting the ratio at this point, and I think that it's substantial for that we've already given that this year. And how do you feel about that? Do you feel like you're going to have enough resources to go forward?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, when we internally looked at this year, and we've brought forward, and I know some of the new council have only had their first look at the quarterly statistics on how busy the municipal enforcement is, and fully understanding the budget and the process and the challenges that we have this year. One asset is better than none, but understanding that it's still going to, that one asset is really just trying to get us to kind of ground level and being able to be responsive in the community. But any additional staff beyond that is not going to be underemployed per se. There'll be enough work for more than 6, just based on how reactive we are in the community and how the community grows over time. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and there's no lack of work for sure in your profession, whether it be on the fire side or on the protective services side. And by no means am I saying I don't totally appreciate everything that your department does, but I feel that this motion could be perhaps moved down to a year or two down the road, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Cole-Smith, and then Natellenbos.
Thank you. Just a few questions. I appreciate the comment that we probably haven't felt what it feels like to enforce our rules. I've experienced that. I've heard that on the campaign trail. I would just like to go back to comments you made in response to Mr. Natellenbos. Can you confirm what the overlap is currently as far as officers on at the same time? You said there were 2, and there might be an hour overlap. And it felt like I heard something different just a few minutes ago. Can you please clarify that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Smith. So today being a perfect example, we would have 1 member starting at 6 a.m. Next member comes in at 10 o'clock in the morning. Those are the on-shift folks. The supervisor comes on at 8 o'clock.
That's AM or PM?
AM.
In between those two.
And then we have an ability to bring an additional staff member in when we do snow clearing, and they would also come in at 6 o'clock, depending on what our operational schedule is for infrastructure and which routes they're clearing. And typically the reason why we bring that staff up for that is because those folks are tied to that operation and can't respond to other areas in the community. So that's the reason why we do that. So there is, at any given time, typically we try to do half the shift now that we're into the winter season. As it gets lighter out, just for officer safety in the evenings, in the summertime, we extend a little later for officer safety because it's brighter out, but we change that up in the wintertime for safety. So that's how the crossover is done.
So I heard what time they start, and I've heard half shifts, but I haven't heard like what's the total overlap. You know, the other day we said it was for an hour, and looking at 6, 8, and 10 o'clock starts, that's already more than an hour. So I'm just curious, can you please clarify that? Like with
Through the mayor to Councillor Colesmith, and I'll apologize if I didn't give it an accurate time. Typically, right now, they work a 10-hour shift, and in the winter months, 6 out of the 10 hours is crossover.
Okay, and during that 6 hours, there's 3 officers on?
Any given day right now, there's 2 officers that'll do the shift work, and there's 1 supervisor in the office dealing with all the current calls and assisting with either responding to calls if other officers are tied up, or dealing with the backlog of calls that they need to get to. So there's 3 staff on our current shift model, Monday to Friday, and it goes down to 2 staff depending on the weekends, but depending on activity. If it's snow clearing, then we're back up to 3 again.
Okay. I just want to make sure we don't go too deep in the weeds.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
This was important to the motion we made yesterday, and it sounds like there's a lot more than an hour overlap. I appreciate that, thank you. And then, I guess, with consideration to the position already in the budget, and with this one, what would this specifically allow us to do that we're not doing now, or we're anticipating not being able to do with the position already approved?
Through the mayor to Councillor Colesmith, are you talking the additional position that Councillor Van Newkirk?
Yeah, let me clarify. So we have 1 position that's already in the budget, and now considering that and what we're hoping to achieve with that, considering this new position that Councillor Van Nieuwenkirk has proposed, what do we anticipate being able to do with this position that we would not have been able to do without it?
So through the mayor to Councillor Colesmith, with this position, we would be able to bring in extra staff during the day to cover the community. With this position will allow us to be out in the community more often and spread in different areas and be able to handle multiple calls at the same time to shorten our response time with the residents. So as I said before, an officer's out during the daytime, tied up to a call, could be there an hour, just backlog of calls coming in. So it's trying to get better service to the community and dealing with the issues that everybody is seeing, parking, speeding, violations, disturbances, whatever it may be. This just expands on and dealing with, if you recall back with our amount of calls that we're getting in, on average there's 500 to 600 calls coming in a month that we need to deal with. That's a lot of files, that's a lot of admin, that's a lot out in the community. So obviously the addition, the 6th position would definitely help shorten the workload for all the staff and be able to respond better and quickly a response back to the community that they're getting their needs addressed or they're at least being heard.
And presumably extend our coverage throughout the day to cover, some of those later times like the construction noise bylaw at night.
Absolutely. Through the mayor to Councillor Colesmith, this may even allow us to focus more on commercial vehicle violations, increased traffic presence, JFOs, joint operations with the RCMP, a variety of things to ensure traffic safety in the community as one, but also working on the municipal enforcement side when we come to bylaws and the community standards bylaws and the challenges that we have in the May month when it comes to RVs and a variety of things that happen throughout the community. Having 1 or 2 officers on for the size of our community, you can imagine we're getting anywhere between 10 and 12 calls during the workday just to deal with concerns that the community has.
I'll pass it on to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colson. Councillor Natellenbos.
Perfect. Just quick question for Jay. My math is usually okay, but would this have about a 0.19% effect on, now mind you, there's some numbers behind that, but I'm rounding. But that being said, would that be about the impact to the tax levy?
Depending on rounding on my thing, so it's 019 or 020, somewhere in there. Yep.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I think the importance of this is, yes, we talk about maintaining level of service, and I question for you, Chief Melvin, and my sympathies with you right now because you didn't even ask for this and you're getting grilled, but question just around maintaining level of service. Are you satisfied personally with the level of service we've been able to provide? And this is at no fault of your own or your department. It's just in terms of having the manpower available to service these calls. Are you satisfied currently with where we're at in terms of service delivery?
Through the mayor to Councilor Natellenbos, I think there's going to be various opinions of that. I mean, there's going to be the public's perception that we are or we aren't. Obviously, ultimately, I want to make sure that what I'm asking the staff to do, that they have the resources to do it. I don't want to face that I'm asking the staff to do too much. And this is always a concern, whether it's municipal enforcement as fire. I need to temper our own expectations. We can't do everything. We can't respond to every call. We can't get back to everybody in 20 minutes, and we can't always have the right answer or be able to fix everybody's problems. Obviously, with the growth that this community has seen and the ongoing debate on the investment that needs to happen in protective services, this is just another piece to that. I'll never turn down extra staff, but I also need to be cognizant of what implication that has for council to make that decision and for the public. So risk benefit, I'll never turn down staff, understanding that more staff we can get out there. We can have more people on during the shift to mitigate some of the issues that the public is seeing. But understanding that if I don't get that staff, internally I need to manage that. And then when triggers are happening and when you see the quarterly reports come in on the stats, as the mayor alluded to, here's the data, here's what we're seeing from the community. And that I provide that information to you so you as council can make that educated decision.
Perfect, thank you. So I'll just reiterate what I heard during my campaign was that things aren't happening. They're not happening quick enough. Again, this isn't a shot at your department. It's not having appropriate resources. I note obviously that we've funded the one peace officer position, but for 0.2%, I feel like we could resolve a lot of community concerns and in all honesty, increase morale within the community, as silly as it sounds, just because things are being looked after on a more proactive side than reactive side. So that being said, this is something that I'm willing to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. This is a hard one because, yes, we do need extra protective services. However, it is a difficult position we're in, and we still have other things that we need to address. So I'd rather come back to this personally, you know, whatever the vote does today, if change my mind if possible. But knowing that we will be up to the ratio with the other CPO, as well as the fact that we can always add this on at a later date once we kind of see the need coming in. That's where I'm at in this. I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. Did you want to close, or Councillor Penrod wanted to say? Okay, Councillor Penrod's going to, no, you're good. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk.
Yeah, just looking for a closing statement ahead of the vote.
Yeah.
You bet. So I'm going to just take another swing here and close. So I think I was pretty clear right off the hop that administration had proposed to top us up, and this was an additional officer. We've heard that. The 1 to 5,000 brings us up to match 25,000 population. We're beyond that right now. Community standards bylaw was one of the more recent regulatory upgrades that happened in chambers here, and I would say that the collective community is looking at that document daily and wondering where the officers are. Our call volume is not decreasing, our growth isn't slowing, and as you can tell with the restraint I've had in this budget putting motions forward, I've really prioritized the two items that I saw that were most important. As I said in closing, one of them I removed to plan better, and the other ask is in front of us right now. I'm pretty confident that the community will respond positively to the news that this new council has found a way in a tough budget to bring us one step closer toward proactive municipal enforcement in the form of a CPO. And I'm gonna take a leap here and just do a look back, and we'll see if this favors me or not. But in the first budget of the last new council, I brought forward a motion to proactively increase staffing in the planning and development department. It was voted down by the new councillors at that time, and I believe, in my opinion, that we're still reeling from that motion, not passed in that budget. Fair or unfair, I leave that with council. I hope that we don't repeat that, what I believe to have been a misstep. So, thank you. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk.
Are you ready for the motion, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was already motion.
For the vote.
I'm sorry, yes, we are ready to vote, yeah. Apologize. That passed with 2 opposed, Hyde and Mayor. Thank you for that debate. Looking at the time here, we have 2 hours. Not sure if anyone, do we need a break and continue on? We're good? Okay, keep going. All right. We'll have a look at our next motion, maybe take a bio break after that. Do you want to speak to something? You want to give us a number?
We're at 637.
So we've gone up.
Yep. Oh, yeah, so the capital budget would have been adjusted, yes, for the price of the cruiser.
Council's ready for the next motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the operating budget be increased by $400,000 to provide 7-day coverage for frontline fire and emergency response, and that administration allocate the approved funding toward measures that increase service levels, which may include additional staffing in accordance with applicable legislation and organizational requirements. A lot of people are unaware that our fire, not in this room, but outside this room, are unaware of how the funding has been, that the fire services have been very unfunded for a number of years. We currently are providing emergency services to our city and sometimes in surrounding areas. And with the level of growth that we've had over the last while, we're unable to keep the standards that are generally required unless you make modifications to building code, which we have. So that's a good reactive response. But in the meantime, we continue to grow. We still have another good portion of the Azure area that's going to be filling up with people and more homes and buildings that we're going to need to protect as well. I believe that because we are coming into this right now with an understaffing to the degree that we do, I think it's time that we move to the 7 days a week. This would allow our service levels to be 7 days, and I believe it would be a 10-hour day. But currently, right now, we only have a 40-hour work week, which is Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. And we could ask Chief Melvin if there's always just fires during that time. We know that that's not the case. So yes, I would ask my fellow council members to recognize this immediate need and what we think this funding would be worth to you if in the community we had a significant event, which we don't ever really want to consider, but our emergency services staff, I believe, are trying to do the best to perform their job to the best of their ability. And I'm not certain that the City of Beaumont has been supporting them to the best of our ability. So I hope that we can support this fire services increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. We will open for debate. You did want to say something? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to provide context on what the $400,000 and the assumption of what the funding is. So that is not the full annual cost of the fire coverage. So this is assuming a July 1st start date for 2026, and then the annualization would come in 2027. So it'd be in the neighborhood of $800,000 for round numbers for the full year cycle, just so we're that council's fully informed about the impacts of the decision.
Thank you for that.
And in terms of our tax rate increase?
So 400,000 would be about 1.33% for that impact.
Okay.
For 26.
For 26.
And then there would be an additional 1.33% already applied to 2027.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, very tough conversation to have, Mayor, and I do appreciate Councillor Murray bringing this forward. Fire services is a necessity. It's not a want, obviously, and we want to get to the point where we are giving that 7-day coverage for frontline fire service. However, I do believe we need to take this in smaller chunks. Otherwise, we get we're trying to correct all of our protective services and all our fire services in 1 year. Like it's too much. We need to. We've already added sufficient protective services now to take us up to the ratio that it would be for 30,000 people. We've already done that. So we've already addressed that side of things. And now we're going to go back and say we're going to fix everything in 1 year with the fire department. Well, this isn't going to happen. This has to take a little bit of time to do this. And so my ask with this is, if you wanted to add, and Chief Melvin, you could maybe speak to this, if we wanted to add one more, let's say a full-time firefighter, what does that look like as opposed to this motion? It may not get us the full 7-day coverage, but it will allow for another 10-hour shift or for another 40 hours. So what does that look like as opposed to a $1.5 million ask over a year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, one more position would not increase your current level of service. You'd still be Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, and after hours is covered by your paid on call. And just to provide some context for council and the community, since our last meeting off Thursday, we've had 17 calls. 10 of them have been after 4:30. So.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the amount of work that you do, and that we do need to get to this point. There's no doubt about that. So you're saying, how many full-time firefighters do we need to get to this point?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, For 7-day-a-week coverage, that's a 4-on, 4-off, so you need 8 staff.
So and right now we have 4 full-time firefighters, is that correct?
Correct, including myself and the deputy chief are part of that 4, and the training officer is part of that 4.
So essentially, through the mayor, we're looking at doubling our staff in order to get to this type of coverage. Is that correct?
Correct. We need 8 responding members to do a 4-on, 4-off, 7-day-a-week coverage, 10-hour days.
So, okay, I'm just making sure I'm wrapping all my head around this. I don't think the world can be, sorry, go ahead.
Jay, do you want to
Jay
speak?
Boychuk?
I just want to remind council that, so the current budget includes 2 fire positions already to go up to that 4 complement, but taking the chief and the deputy off the truck, so it's still, just, we're clear that 2 have been added, and that's the service piece.
Yeah, and that's where I was going, so thanks very much for that, Mr. Boychuk. I just feel like, yes, it doesn't, we've always been at this thing, like if we can't throw 4 at it to make this full-time, what's the use of adding 2 more? But I really do believe that we can take this off in smaller chunks. So 2 for next year, 2 the next year gets us to the 7-day within 2 years as opposed to trying to do it all at once. So what would that look like adding 2 more firefighters this year? I know that it's not going to give us 24/7, 7-day a week fire service, but it does add 2 more firefighters, full-time firefighters to you. And then we put the other 2 on the next year to get us to that point. So I'm just taking smaller chunks as opposed to trying to do it all in 1 year. And so what does that look like, Chief Melvin, or even Mr. Boychuk, as far as what does that look like as you ask, as opposed to this $400,000 plus the extra, the operating revenue?
So through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, operationally, obviously more firefighters on the ground, able to handle more than 1 call at the same time, which is something that we can't do right now. Those are the 2 probably high-level, very quick triggers that you would notice bringing on more daytime staff from an operational standpoint. And I'll defer to Money Jay for the dollar stuff.
Money Jay.
Now you did it. So through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, so I'm just ballparking, it would be half that for the 2, right? So if we spread it out, the impact of 1 1/3 comes down to 2/3%, roughly, so.
2/3 of 1% is
Yeah.
what you're looking at to add 2 more.
If you broke it in 2 like this.
Yeah. So we're looking at 2/3 of 1% in order to add 2 firefighters as opposed to 4, which we would have to do. So, again, we can't solve everything in 1 year. So I'd have to seriously think of even that, but at least that would be a little bit more palatable than taking all of this on in 1 year.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. So just for clarification, we've already got 2 on the ask. This does not include those 2. This would be an extra 2.
It's currently presented as 4, but yes, if the motion was changed, it would be down to 2 additional ones. So
Okay.
we have 2 in.
Yeah.
This is for 4 more to get up to 6. For the total budget.
6 more.
Well, there's two that are already included in the budget that have been discussed earlier. This is to add 4 more on top of that.
Right.
So it would be 6 in the budget this year if it was approved in this style and manner.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Colesmith.
I think I've had most of mine addressed, actually, so I'm going to pass it off to...
Okay. Councillor Penrod.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the conversation. So just a quick question to double confirm, this ask in front of us, if it is successful, would take us to a place where we could provide 7-day coverage for frontline fire and emergency services?
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, this ask here would bring us to 7-day-a-week coverage, 10-hour days.
Thank you. So then I come back to a question that I posed earlier, which is all these trade-offs. So how do you anticipate Councillor Murray paying for this? we only have so many funding sources. We are kind of towards the end of the day where we only have so many levers left to push, right? And I'm looking, what I hope, I appreciate you bringing this forward, because I know emergency services are something that can be a hot button topic in the community, especially, when forced to consider the worst possible scenario, right? This is where people really think like, let's make sure we're investing here, right? What I hope the public is hearing is us really not just taking apart this year's budget, but also thinking about impacts over the long run. To Councillor Hyde's point, we know Beaumont needs more of everything yesterday, including reserves, which kind of finishes my point. We need to rebuild our long-term financial health. And so my concern is that admin has done a lot of work to phase the work that's needed across many years with many considerations, including keeping the growth of property taxes in check to the degree that we can. My other concern is that the fiscal health and situation of both the federal government and the provincial government, which we rely on for grant transfers, is eroding to the point where we can expect fewer and fewer grants coming down the pipe in future years. So my concern, as I'm considering this motion and others like it, about taking a bigger bite of the needed changes this year, is that it puts us in a position where we won't be able to address our reserves, both operating and capital, to the degree that we need to. And that's a double whammy, because every dollar we don't have in our reserves today is unable to generate passive income for us as a city. And that's one of the few opportunities we have to gain income. So those are all the factors I'm trying to weigh in my mind. So if you want to speak to how you would anticipate funding this, I'd appreciate it.
You're raining on my parade.
And we can't even have the firefighters shooting water at that parade anymore.
Yeah, no, it's, I knew this would be a really tough ask, no matter what. It doesn't matter what the budget process was going to look like. It was something that I felt very strongly about before I even started campaigning. In terms of how this money shows up, I don't really have the answer, besides, again, kind of looking towards the taxpayer. There is a chance that maybe if council is willing, we can consider having some offsets from the capital budget, maybe reduced, and then we can reduce our transfer into reserves, and that might help to offset this. Also, to clarify on this, and I know that Jay Bahachek mentioned it a little bit, but it was intended to start about halfway through the year, at the end of Q2. So it's not something that would necessarily be starting right away in January, just so that's clear. But yeah, the situation of our budget doesn't make it easy to just draw funds from anywhere, and I understand that. But I really do feel that it's important, especially the size of the city and the amount of growth that we've had. Right now, it's becoming increasingly important that we look at this really critically and really with a lot of consideration about the risks.
Mayor, I just turned my mic on.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Penrod.
Thanks for that. And I appreciate the candor with which you answer the question. It's not a gotcha question. It's just an acknowledgement of these are difficult trade-offs, right? And I appreciate you bringing the conversation forward, because it is one that we hear out in the community. The final point I wanted to make is just that our fire services is a full solution. Maybe more than any, our firefighters rely on equipment to do their work, and that equipment has to be up to spec. And where I get concerned about funding our our capital, especially reserves adequately, that's how we get to our next fire hall. And that's a huge piece that's missing in this overall puzzle as well. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Did you want to reply to that?
Yeah, sure.
You don't have to, I thought you might want
Yeah,
to.
no, I do. But now I've almost lost my train of thought. One of the things is that, and I had confirmed this with Chief Melvin, and maybe he can just confirm that. Right now, as it is, we have a large volunteer base, and of course, we depend on that base no matter what, even if we had this get approved. Basically, there might be a little bit of change in terms of what we do pay for, like that volunteer on call portion. So there might be a slight adjustment in there. But if I'm not incorrect, if we did have 8 members at the fire department able to go, we do have 2 vehicles right now. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Murray. So apparatus, we're fine. We don't have to look at apparatus until the new station comes online, so several years before that. Obviously, bringing more full-time staff on is going to take less of the burden off of your paid-on calls. They're still going to be required in this community up until the day that we go to a full 24/7 and most likely beyond that. There will be some savings from a response type, because obviously they won't be responding to as many calls as that is needed. But once again, that's looking through the lens of today's call volume, and so it's very hard to judge on what percentage that may be or what dollar amount that may be, because as the community continues to grow, the call volume continues to rise. So it's one there to just be cautious of, is that yes, initially we'd probably see some savings on what we compensate our paid-on calls with and how many we need to have on staff, but that will only be a short-term relief as the community continues to grow.
Thank you, Chief Melvin. And this is a hard one. I'm going to go to you, Councillor Natellenbos, in 1 second here. Just, we do yesterday need full services. However, I'm also cognizant of how this burden also will be for the taxpayers. As much as it will provide that extra service, I feel that it's going to create other problems if the tax rate is too high to sustain people, livelihood, and that's not an exaggeration. So I feel like with the 2 extra that are coming on, that I would be comfortable with delaying this for another year in terms of bringing on the 2 and doing it at a step like Councillor Hyde had been talking about. So that's my position on it. Councillor Natellenbos.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Murray, for bringing this forward. I know you did campaign hard on this, so obviously it's something that you've stuck to your guns with, and appreciate that. I do really want to highlight that in terms of investing and progressing on the protective services side, this budget has brought a lot forward. I won't get into the peace officer side, because we just debated that, but even on the fire side, the investment in 2 entry-level firefighters provides our leadership group between Chief Melvin and Deputy Chief the opportunity to maybe even be a little more, have a little more oversight and not be boots on the ground all the time, although I know Chief Melvin does enjoy that, and we'll probably never get him out of that. But definitely, it will be nice to have that oversight with additional leadership. So I want to say we're not making baby steps in terms of improving our fire department. I'll say we even I'll go as far as adolescent steps to bring it to a better place. I think this is definitely a conversation down the road, just given our tight budget and the effect it would have on it. As much as I want to support this, I'm just going to struggle to do it just because of the amount showing. And really emphasize that that 400,000 is just a small part of what it will actually be because it's happening partially through the year. So it will be a significant cost that will carry on to the next budget. So I think we need to be a little more timely in when we present this, and maybe it is a step-by-step as opposed to all at once. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. My light almost wore out there. It took so long to get here. So, yeah, for me, what I'm happy with in this budget is that we've been able to get 2 additional resources funded. Like, that was a real big win for me to get the chief and the deputy off the truck. Opinions being one way or another, I've been through the facility, and I'm not even sure we have a comfortable enough amount of square footage there to bring in this staff and have them tripping all over each other in the day. So there's that. And for me, I don't support this in the way it is right now. And next time this comes back, I really want to have a robust plan and funding mechanism and all those kinds of things attached with the conversation, because I really think that would help. The pre-work is always worth it. So thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more discussion, would you like to have a closing comment? Go ahead.
Yes, thanks for the good questions and debate and that about this. Again, I think we should all be considering this very strongly and try to move this ahead. This is a step forward in embracing the size of our city and the needs that we have. I would also speak to what Councillor Van Newkirk just mentioned, where I do believe that it would have a very good impact to have this additional support at our fire services, and they are, even if we did add on more staff, they wouldn't be working at the same time. That would be spreading out the schedule again over a 7-day period over the week. But anyway, you guys have all the details now that I think you need to know in order to make a decision. So I hope you will vote for this. I feel very strongly that this is a good move for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. We will now go to a vote. And that motion was defeated with Councillor Murray in favor. Thank you for that debate. And I think everyone at this table sees the high value of our protective services, and we definitely want to get to that place. As I know you know that. And so we thank you for your patience and your consideration of the difficulty we have as well. All right, let's go on to the next motion. I did say we were going to take a break after that one, didn't I? Yeah, maybe that would be a good idea. Let's take is 5 minutes good? Yeah? You guys need more? You good? Let's do a 5-minute. Actually, let's do a 10-minute break. Come back at 4:30. Okay.
Yeah, you'll do it?
Recognize. Sorry. All right, welcome back. We had a discussion. Continue on, barrel through and go till 8 o'clock tonight with our deliberations. For those staff that, we can talk to Shalane about that, but council is prepared to continue on as we need to. So thank you for that. Okay, let's continue on. We do have another motion here that for decrease. I'll turn it over to you, Madam Clerk, for bringing that up.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a motion out of place, so we do have another one that would have an operational impact if it goes through, and I'll put that on the screen now.
Councillor Penrod.
Thank you. So I move that the use of Don Sparrow Lake for skating activities is discontinued effective immediately. So hopefully this is a fairly speedy one. Again, this is just a recommendation from the service levels report. Just acknowledging that yesterday we talked a little bit about that lighting is no longer there, and that this is just it's a extra expensive way to provide this particular activity in our city. And the emerging practice across the region and in fact I believe across the country is that municipalities are moving to providing skating on open parkland as opposed to on open water, and just for safety and for operational savings. And so I'm bringing this forward to action, that recommendation from the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Penrod. Jay, you wanted to say something?
If I may, Madam Mayor, so just for context and awareness, administration would indicate that there's a $10,000 cost if this is not approved, because we would need to put money in the budget to support continued operations.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Murray?
Thank you. I was looking at this suggestion for us as I was going through the budget, and I resist not continuing with the use of this, and I know that might be the trend, is to move to flat land to make a rink. I just am concerned that what's the trade-off? Like, if we take this out of circulation, so to speak, then where do people go to skate that live in that area, in that community? Or have we looked at what's the usage right now? Because even though there might not be a light that works at night, there is potential for people to go skating during the day in that. And so I don't know that I would support this, just because there's no trade-off in terms of service. So I don't know if you have an answer for that, or if anybody does.
Who would have the answer? Number 4? Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lewicki.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Murray, this skating surface, I'll just review a few things with it. Because of the natural ice surface, which is different from our normal circumstances where we produce ice on flat ground, we have to wait for ice thickness to build, which is dependent on temperatures and weather conditions and so on. With current trends we've seen with weather, we haven't even been able to get out there till at least January to even start prepping the surface. And so what ends up happening is we'll have maybe 6 weeks, sometimes less, of serviceable ice for people to skate on. And now with the light being out, that would limit that time to daytime only. So, and the other piece is the actual cost to maintain, as Councillor Penrod had mentioned. Our teams need specific training to be on the ice. It's a very high-risk activity. We have a Zamboni that has to go out on this ice, and we have to make sure our staff are safe. That requires training from our protective services team, which takes time away from their efforts. And it requires a larger team to actually service that ice surface versus a regular service. Alternative ice surfaces, we do have the skate loop in the RV park, which also, I mean, all the skate surfaces suffer from weather or warmer temperatures and degradation and being able to have them serviceable and so on. But the alternative to that would be the skate loop in the RV park, and there is adequate parking there to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Or did you want to respond to that? Sorry.
Yeah, one more question. Just because we don't service the Don Sparrow Lake, like, there's no guarantee that people won't be still trying to access it for ice use? So is it just the idea that we would not be servicing the Don Sparrow Lake, or do we plan to put up a sign or?
Through the mayor to Councillor Murray, yes, this would mean that we don't clear the snow off the ice and service the ice. People could still go on the ice. I believe we have ice fishing activities that are allowed on the ice. I honestly don't know. I'd have to see if others know more about that specific idea, but we would just not be out there clearing the snow is part of the problem, and then servicing the actual ice surfaces is the secondary piece of that. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned ice fishing. Is that something that, like, the holes are drilled by the city, or is that independently? Can you speak to that? Just because it relates to service on that pond, right?
Yeah, to the mayor, I'm going to pass that over to Mr. Pisantini.
Number 5.
Yes, Mayor. Ice fishing is allowed on the north side of that lake. The city does not drill holes. The city does not provide any services. And like Mr. Hyde, Councillor Hyde alluded to earlier, there's not many fish left at that time of year, so there's not many repeat customers, if you will. So people may do it for a little bit of a training exercise, but there's no real benefit to going out there.
Good way. Thank you for that. Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, one of those holes was mine. And I left hungry. Yes, I left hungry. So it's a great way to go out and test your auger, but other than that, you're just kind of getting it used to being wet and teaching your, hooks how to swim. That's about it. But looking back at this, I understand that it's just that the way that this is kind of written, that the use of Don Sparrow Lake for skating activities is effective immediately. I would say, it's basically, if you're basically saying that if somebody wants to go out and shovel off the rink themselves and go skating, they can go ahead and do it, right? So, because this sounds like it's almost enforceable and saying, we don't want anybody to lake skating. It doesn't really look to, the motion doesn't really say, we're not going to continue to service this lake for skating. It says we're going to discontinue skating. So, it's a little bit, to me, a little bit awkward the way that the motion is written, and I would just more like to say that we're not going to be removing the snow for skating on this rink anymore.
I'd be more than happy to entertain from my colleague the proposal of a friendly amendment, just so you're more comfortable with the language. Mm-hmm. The intention, I think I'm clear, is really just to enact a recommendation from our administration that brings a cost savings. And I'll maybe just take this opportunity to, while you think about what wording you might be able to get behind better, just to speak to that idea that this is a small pruning of service that exists. I've been out on that lake skating with the stars over. That's awesome. I don't want to necessarily take it away. Just like I would love, I've been in the pool with my whole family at 8 p.m. on a Sunday. And I made that motion too, to say, I think, on recommendation of our administration that that's an area where we can save a little bit in this high need time, in these series of difficult budgets that we have. Where can we prune with the least amount of pain in the community? And I think this is an example of that. It's not a huge dollar savings, but I think there are some extra knock-on benefits that both the infrastructure and the protective services directors have mentioned too. Councillor Hyde, do you have a couple words you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think that it'd be simple enough to just put that the clearing of Don Sparrow Lake for skating activities be discontinued by the city effective immediately. So basically saying that the clearing of the lake or for skating activities will no longer be done. So
I'm okay with that if that makes it more clear for you, and you were able to capture that, Madam Clerk.
I'm just working on it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to go to Councillor Van Newkirk while we're waiting for that.
Yeah, thank you. Just out of the abundance of caution on that wording, maybe question for administration. Is the city going to encourage and condone shoveling and skating yourself? I don't, I'm just.
I'll take that.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely not. That is a body of water that can be moving underground or under the surface, and we don't for a second promote anybody going out there with a shovel and skating on it.
Okay, thank you for that. Just from my seat, there's been a lot of earth moving around that lake as well lately, which also tends to lead to water movement subsurface. So I'm just really concerned that potential safety issues could arise. So thank you.
Councillor Van Newkirk, was your question about enforcement though? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess it could be it was kind of enforcement and safety all in one. So maybe let's ask that question, or I'll just say, are there associated enforcement activities that would go along with this? I imagine we would put safety signage up. My goal here is not to deliver a mixed message. Like I understand what Councillor Hyde's trying to do. I understand the spirit. I'm just trying to think of a couple unintended consequences around enforcement and safety. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, thank you. We currently don't have any bylaws that prohibit skating on those lakes, but we do put signage up around caution and around thin ice.
Thank you. Councillor Natellenbos and then Hyde.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one that's tough for me. I've used this myself. I've seen a lot of kids use it. I don't want to be the Grinch that took Don Sparrow Lake away. And in all honesty, my concern is, not being able to enforce folks taking this into their own hands because they appreciate the ice surface. And we're losing another ice surface, or not another, we're losing an ice surface. And it is concerning. These simple recreational activities for kids, keep them busy and let them enjoy the outdoors. So I won't be supporting that motion for this reason. I do understand the safety concerns that may present themselves, but I think it'll be much worse if we leave it up to folks because I know they'll want to try and do this on their own.
Thank you. I just have a quick question regarding outdoor rinks. Are there restrictions in use of that right now in place? Or I'm just wondering if we're going to take away one, if we could facilitate more use of the outdoor rinks.
Is it just first come, first serve?
In terms of timing or things like that, yeah.
To the mayor, I think most of the rinks are first come, first serve, but is there programming on some of them, Mr. Picentini?
Yes, Mayor. There is some programming on outdoor rinks, such as the J. LaPointe and the Bellevue rink. Most of the other rinks are first come, first serve. The ones with programming, usually the 3 bordered rinks, and they have a schedule posted at their location.
Usually during the day or like for the schools or outside the school?
It does vary. Bellevue rink, predominantly used by the school up until 3 p.m. And then Shinny's on Saturday, the Shinny program there. and the J.E. LaPointe does have some Baja bookings there throughout the day. There is a large section of the rinks that is scheduled for public skate.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, Councilman Telebos brought up a good point, but I look at it a different way. If we as the city go out and clear that off and make it good for skating, we are almost looking at the liability of saying it's safe. So if something was to happen on that lake where somebody went through, they could potentially come back to us. And correct me if I'm wrong, administration, they could say, look, you guys cleared this off, so I felt it was safe. All of a sudden, somebody goes through the ice or something like that. Where's that liability now stand with us if we're promoting, that looks like promoting, going out and skating on that lake?
CAO.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're preparing the ice surface or any other activity in town, then we could very well share some liability if somebody was to get hurt or fall through the ice, because we have cleared the ice and made the activity safe, appear safe.
Appearing safe, exactly. So I understand this is a place where people have skated for generations. But it's always been their choice in a lot of ways. And so for me, I feel that, you know what, you can go play street hockey on the road, but you got to watch out for the cars. You know, signs up around the lake saying, you know, beware of thin ice, beware, we don't, you know, we put up these warning signs, we do these for a reason. And it's almost you're almost contradicting yourself by saying, beware of thin ice, but then you go and you get it prepared for skating, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I would rather see, if people want to do this, well, it's buyer beware type of thing. You know, some people go scootering on ice before it's even ready as well, but that's not for us to say, right? So that's where I'm at with this, and where I will support this motion.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, I just wanted to also mention for all of council that we, as part of our health and safety measures to do this work, we do look at the ice thickness. We have to measure that. We have to make sure it's safe as part of our due diligence. What I also wanted to note, though, was that if we're not doing that, I would suggest that we probably have to look at the ice, or the ice fishing as well, because we wouldn't be monitoring the ice.
You could just tell them there's no fish.
Good point. Thank you for that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
my other concern about skating there currently is because of the safety of not having any lighting. And in the wintertime, of course, the times are limited when you can skate on that in daylight. So that would be my concern for sure. Councillor Tellenbos and then Councillor Cole-Smith.
Thank you. I guess to Councillor Hyde, I don't know how you could say that my statement was contradicting, especially since we have professionals and part of the engineering group that does these assessments. So in my opinion, it's a much safer approach to have professionals perform an assessment on the ice than a bunch of kids who just want to play on ice, go on there and make that decision themselves. Yeah, sure, you're at your own risk if you're an adult, but I think we have the responsibility to protect the kids, and this is one way to do it. Second to that, my understanding is there's no alternate location in terms of open land right now for us to put a rink. So until we're able to find a replacement area, again, I don't think we should take away something when we talk about growth, more kids in the community and things to do. I think once we find an alternate location, that would be a good time to put this motion forward, but right now we don't have that, is my understanding. And perhaps Mr. Lewicki, you could comment on that if I'm incorrect, or confirm I'm correct on that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Tellenbos, as I indicated previously, the closest probably alternative would be the skate loop in the Jerry Pizzula RV Park. But beyond that, there's Bellevue, there's a bunch of outdoor rinks throughout the city. But yeah, it's one less skate surface for sure.
Perfect. So just to confirm, because I know we mentioned existing skate surfaces, we are not replacing this, we are losing a skate surface.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Colesmith.
Thank you. Appreciate the confirmation about the losing a nice service. The $10,000 cost that was mentioned earlier, that's relative to the 6 weeks that was mentioned as far as the usable ice? Like, would that cost expand and contract like linearly with the ice usability?
I'll pass that to Mr. Pisantini.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Colesmith, that number can fluctuate depending on what we see, whether there has been years where we have had to flood that particular surface just to get to the thickness that we need to get equipment and people on there. That number is relative to the average number of hours we need to put in to get this surface operational.
Okay, fair. And I got the comment that we do test the ice thickness. And then I think I also heard that this wouldn't just impact the skating activities, this would likely impact the ice fishing as well, whether or not there are fish. Thank you.
Yeah, through the Mayor to Councillor Colesmith. It was just a comment to say that if we aren't preparing the ice surface and testing the ice, we should maybe consider the ice fishing access as an issue as well. It's something we haven't really talked about, but I think it's something we would look at. Thank you.
CEO
Yeah,
Schwartz.
if I could just add, what we would consider is putting up signs that just say, use at your own risk. A person walking across the ice is obviously putting a lot less weight on the ice than a piece of equipment is to get out there and plow it and flood it.
Thank you for that. I did have another question, and it's gone from my mind, so I'm going to go to Councillor Penrod. Are you just on for your closing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. So I'll just start with a question for CEO Schwartz before I close. This seems like a funny motion because it does seem very close between an operational decision and something that requires some decision or permission from council. I think it's because we're adjusting a service level that it rests with council and therefore was included in the service level report. So I don't know if you have a comment on that. Like on a given year, whatever the service level, would it be correct to say that it's kind of within the court of administration to make decisions as to like if it's a exceptionally warm year, maybe this ice isn't in service at all, and if it's a really cold year, we might get 12 or more weeks out of it. Where's that line between operational and service level on this one?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Penrod, to you through the Mayor. This particular service was a motion of council several years ago. We had not done that. I'm told that many years ago it was used as a skating surface, and then for a number of years it was no longer. If you look in the operating budget this year, you'll see that we are suggesting to not fund it and to not provide the service. And from our perspective, approving the budget as has been presented would cease this service. Hope that helps.
Yeah, so I don't think in my motion I had attached a dollar value to it. I think I had proposed this as a subsequent motion, just that it has an dollar impact. It's been a long day, so correct me if I'm wrong on that front, but we've kind of gotten dragged there on it. So it sounds like it's currently unfunded. So if this is defeated, then somebody is making a motion to spend the money essentially by default. So I'll just close by saying I appreciate the commentary. I guess two things. One, we've had some back and forth around like what's the more safe approach. I will just say that whether we assess that ice and get out there and clear the snow and flood that ice or not, there is still an issue with the community being able to access that lake and go out before we've determined that the ice is thick enough, shovel off some snow and go ice fishing or whatever. Like, unless we're installing a wall or a gate around there, that's still going to be fair play for the community. So that conversation is really beyond the spirit or intention of this motion. And secondly, and more directly, the conversation around removing a skating surface. Yeah, we are. I'm interested, Councillor Nantelmbos, you voted earlier in support of a motion to decrease slightly the amount of time that the pool is open, which is the exact same thing in my mind. So that's the spirit I'm bringing this forward. It's just pruning around the edges of where our spend on recreation is less efficient and allowing our operations, in this case infrastructure, to deliver services more effectively at the rinks that we do have that are more able to be open for more of the season, which I think addresses better our goal of being a winter city with active recreation options throughout the winter. It's just a question on targeting our spending efficiently. Thank you.
So because the debate is closed, need to disclose
You
the,
had mentioned my name, so I'd like to speak to it.
sure.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Penrod. I don't think you can compare the two instances. If you're shutting down a pool 100% and taking it away, 100% we're losing a facility. That's not the case here. For the pool, we're adjusting hours slightly. We are taking away a facility that folks use. So that's the difference between the two motions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to a vote now. So that was defeated 4-3 in favor. Sorry, do you have them? Because I can't see them on my screen.
In favor, I have Councillor Hyde, Mayor, and Councillor Penrod.
Yes, correct. Okay, did you want to speak to that? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Just a quick question for Ms. Winter then. So my understanding, I'm trying to grasp the full point of that motion, just in the sense that it wasn't funded, is my understanding. So do I have to put a motion forward to fund this now? Or is it going to be funded as a result of that last vote?
Ask for a vote? So administration says that we would ask for a motion to approve that.
With that being said, can I look for clarity as to why we went through that last motion then? If it was already unfunded?
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, CEO.
The reason we went through that is because Councillor Penrod submitted the motion, so we don't control whether the motion gets put on the table or not. I think I'm not trying to put words into his mouth, but I think he was trying to clean this up and just make it public that this is no longer going to be a service delivery option.
Okay, I think that provides a little bit of clarity. Then I would like to put forward the motion to fund it, please. Ms. Winter, when you have a chance. Thank you.
So shall we move on with the ones that are already in place? And are you okay with coming back to that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just proceed. Okay, so we're going to deal with this one first? Okay. Councilor Natellenbus?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move that the 2026 operational budget be increased by 10K for the clearing of Don Sparrow Lake for skating activities. And I'll speak to that really quick. We had a quick discussion around it, kind of in opposition stance, and I made it very clear that we're limited on recreational facilities as it stands now as a growing community with obviously more kids and even adults in the community. We want to make sure that we're able to provide something that's safe and that folks can access, again, for the skating activities as well as the ice fishing activities. We were quick to learn that should we not continue with this, there's probably some significant risk of folks still accessing the ice, either for ice fishing or trying to make their own skating rink. We run through significant measures to make sure that this is a safe skating surface before we allow folks to skate there and we clean it up. So I think we'd be taken away from the community if we don't continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tellenboss. Any discussion or debate on this? I just have a quick question, and tell me if this is within the scope of this historically, because you reference about there's no other skating, extra skating spaces, but I do recall at one point the community had created one on 56A Street. Anybody know what I'm talking about? A pretty robust one. They had their own lighting. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, and the community was taking care of it. It was actually well used. I'm not sure, it got ditched, it got taken away, so I'm not sure if that was a council decision or anything, but, yeah, no? No one knows what I'm talking about? Stephen, do you know? 56A? No? Okay.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, it immediately twigged. The issue with that, I think, is it was built out of topsoil and it leaked like a sieve, from what I remember, because I tried to put a motion forward to re-dig out 56A after it was filled back in, because it was a rink before, but I believe that was the case.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I remember now is what we did is we put an additional skating surface over in Dan's Row next to the boarded rink, and then did not, for a number of reasons, redo the one on 56A. One of those reasons was pucks in back of people's yards and noise and the drainage.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak to that or no, not necessary?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. The CIO just addressed it here. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, Councillor Murray, yes.
Sorry, I just have a question because, I guess we should probably wait for this vote to happen.
Okay.
Because it's related but not related. Sorry,
Okay.
I got ahead of myself.
Okay, so if no other discussion or debate on this, we'll go to a vote. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What's going to do it? So that passed 6-1. Obviously, if we're going to have it for skating, we need to have a clearing. We need to have money for it.
I just want to note that Councillor Penrod was opposed to this motion for the minutes.
Yes, thank you. Again, for some reason, my Enviro doesn't show on my screen here as to who's doing the voting, so I appreciate your help with that. Okay, Councillor Murray, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah, I just am a little, I didn't realize that this was the case, but if I understand correctly, this document that we received with suggestions is actually put forth unless we argue these, according to what you had just said about this rink, that it was unfunded, because...
The service level, I think it's a service level document. Mr. Boychuk, do you want to speak to that?
Or maybe I misunderstood. It just says, it has the recommendations and in the case of this Don Sparrow Lake, it says administration recommends formally discontinuing the use. But I thought that was just a suggestion, not an actual item that was...
Through the mayor to Councillor Murray. So the supplemental information that you're referring to is the service level considerations and the number of impacts. You can't prove a negative and you can't ask for a $0 request. So that's why, we didn't put money into the budget to service this, and so that's why you don't see it anywhere, because we didn't put any money in from that perspective, we didn't reduce any money from that perspective. It's just not in the budget. So the document that you're referring to is not a binding document as far as these are all part of, all those recommendations in there are in the budget. It just is coincidental because it's a zero cost one from our perspective.
So just in this particular instance on this.
Yes, none of the
particular
others
issue.
recommended, council could make the recommendations on that list if you wanted to make adjustments that administration would probably support, I think. But none of them are in there.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, so thank you.
And sorry, just for housekeeping or scorekeeping, I know it's been a while, people are probably breathlessly waiting. 6.41 right now.
All right, we're going on the upside. Thank you. All right.
Mayor, for the next motion is going, that I'm going to be putting onto the screen is going into the personnel expenses, and administration does request going into closed session for this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one is pretty self-explanatory. That the proposed 2026 operational budget personnel expenses be reduced by $155,000.
Okay, so we will have to have a motion to go into closed session to discuss.
Sorry, Mayor, I should have said depending on the types of questions, we may have to go into closed session.
I see, okay. All right, so I'll open it for debate and depending on the questions. Does anyone feel like we need?
Yeah, so basically my opening statement on this is I looked at overall administration's ask on basically cost of living and merit raises. And I came to this effect that I was okay with part of it, but I wanted to take in a portion of it, but I didn't want to be, I wanted to make sure that administration was empowered to make those decisions as to where they take or put the merit amounts or the COLA parts or wherever part they want to go. But I want to put that back on administration and not us to decide what those numbers are. So that's why I came to this, which is about a 25% reduction in there, or more. It's hard to say what that will be.
I'm sorry, what numbers are you referencing? The numbers I'm looking at?
I think we should move into a closed session to have a proper discussion on this.
Okay.
So I would move that council move into a closed session at 5:08 pursuant to the Access to Information Act, sections 29 and 30.
And we will vote.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. Sorry, I have a question here.
Thank you, Mayor. There has been some concern expressed, and I think rightfully so, by public that is watching. Are we able to just provide a little more clarity why we're going into closed session as opposed to discussing this in open session? I know we obviously note the Access to Information Act in the sections, but maybe a more specific reason?
Thank you. Who would like to speak to that? Oops. Who would like to speak to that?
So with discussion with administration, we feel that we can have the conversation in open session.
Okay, perfect. Fantastic.
I will withdraw my motion.
Consensus from council?
Yes, yes, yes. Withdraw to go in the motion to close session. Not the other motion, yeah. Yeah, so my question was just, are we looking at the numbers on page 13 of the document when we're looking at personnel, operational budget expenses? Because you said 25% and...
Page 13.
Go ahead.
If I may, Madam Mayor, so I pull up my file to get my history here. So when we discussed the dollar value that was associated in open session last time, I'm just pulling it up here. The dollar value increases for COLA were $344,000. And 344,839 if we're getting to the dollar, and then the dollar value increase for merit was 312,727. And so the motion represents about half of what merit would be. It was originally the motion, but the councillor said that administration would be able to determine the best approach of the best application of the reduction, and not necessarily be bound to one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, so having heard the entirety of the number, you can deduce that that's 25% reduction, and that's where I'm going with that. But I am letting administration figure out how they want to do that or how they want to divvy that up. But it is a reduction of approximately 25% of what their ask is for this particular thing. And I don't want to berate the point or make it too much more than what it is, but I think this is a reasonable number that we can come to.
Thank you. Councillor Netelenbos.
Thank you. Just for clarity, I didn't see that motion in the motions that were provided to us, and just to keep us aligned, I just want to make sure that there's no similar motions coming forward before we vote on this. And able to get confirmation?
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Councillor Netelenbos. This is the only one that we have with regards to personnel.
Okay, perfect. That being said, Jay, I hate to put you on the spot, but are you able to, over the past 3 years, provide both increases that were provided for COLA and merit for the past 3 years for personnel?
Yeah, if you give us a couple minutes, we do have that information. I just need to find where I have it. So,
Sorry to always make you dig, but yes, if you don't mind.
yeah, a couple minutes on that.
Sure. I'll let Councillor Murray have the floor here while we're waiting on that.
Thank you. I know we've gone over it before, but could we get a little bit of a description of what merit is used for? Because I've heard it used for what sounded almost more like team building funding, as opposed to merit based on performance. So if I could just get some clarity on how we normally use those funds.
Can maybe someone else speak to it if, Jay, you're busy? Or are you the best person? Oh, Donna? Be the best person? Oh, CAO? Okay. Who's on deck?
Yes, and thank you for the question. I've got it. Donna can add any subsequent. Merit is part of the employment contract, and it deals with each year it's reviewed based on performance, and that employees are hired on one step of a 10-step process with the intention that they get to the 10th step when they're fully trained and are doing 100% of the job. But it is built on performance. It's not to do with anything else like, I'm not sure, team building, or I've heard the term bonus thrown around. There are no bonuses in this organization. So yeah, that's what merit is, based on performance.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have some information now.
Okay.
So going back as far as 2020, where we tracked both merit and COLA impacts or increases. So in 2020, there was a 0% COLA increase, but there was merit. In 2021, there was a 0% COLA increase and no merit. In 2022, 2% with merit. 23 was 3% with merit. 24 was 2% with merit. 25 was 2% without merit. And the 26 is projected for 2% with merit.
Sorry, can you say 2023 again?
2023 was 3% with merit.
Would you want to speak to that?
Thank you for that, Jay. So when you say with merit as opposed to saying COLA and merit, is that the combined total then?
No, it's separate. So merit is on a individual employee by employee basis, depending on where you are in the band. It's just whether or not the idea of applying merit to those who could receive it, as opposed to those who were at the maximum of the range, was allowed. So the actual percent or the impact to the budget is not in this information I have right now.
Okay. Are you able to break down the COLA increase and then the merit increase? I know you did for some, but not for all.
So merit, if it's applied, and Donna can correct me if I'm wrong, is 3%. So that's the I believe what the grid movement is for performance. So if you're moving up with maturity in your position with proper performance, you get 3%, and then that's separate from COLA, which has been 2 or 3 or 0, depending on what year you're looking at.
Okay, perfect. So just to confirm, every scenario you said with merit, that's an additional 3%.
With merit, if you are eligible for it. That's not everybody. If you're at the top of the range, you only get COLA. You don't get merit. It's for the junior staff who are working their way up to senior in that role. After enough years of experience, you're expected to be fully functioning in that role, so you get the top of the pay band in that situation. So for those who qualify, yes, you get merit and COLA. For those who are at the senior staff who are at the maximum range, they would just get COLA, no merit.
Okay, so if you don't mind, starting 2020, are you able to tell me, sorry, that was 0%, merit existed in that year?
Yes.
Okay, so 3%. 2021, 0% for COLA, 3% merit?
No.
No, 0. Okay, 0 COLA, 22.
No, so 2022 was 2% with merit.
So 3% as well, okay.
23 was 3% with merit.
Percent.
24 was 2% with merit. 25 was 2% without merit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Councillor Cole-Smith.
Thank you. Just regarding the merit, we understand it's the band, and there's 10 steps, and if you're at the top of the band, whether there's merit included in here or not, you don't receive.
That's correct.
But in addition to, or I guess aside from that, I think I heard that every X number of years, there's a review of the bands, and the range of the bands. When was the last review, and when is the next one scheduled?
Okay.
Yeah, take them right.
There we go.
Ms. Montney.
We do a review every 3 years, and 2026 is our next one.
3 years, and next one's next year. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what that review is? I didn't catch the gist of it. Is it you're reviewing the merit basis? Is that what?
So we review our whole compensation structure. So for the majority of our employees are in a banding system, so we review the bands every 3 years to make sure that they're still comparable with market. But it is the top of the band that is reviewed with what market is. So anybody lower in the band, if we're not giving merit, we're holding them below market.
The scale.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Penrod.
Thank you. Just subsequent to that, Ms. Montney, how does that impact our ability to be competitive in an already competitive labor market? And both from a hiring perspective, but also from a retention perspective?
Yeah, I think exactly what you would expect. It's definitely challenging. Our employees are dealing with the same economic pressures as everybody in the community. So when we do a review and when we apply COLA is dealing with the market that is happening. And so applying COLA to the bands
is us adjusting to the market. Movement within the band is based on performance. It's based on the level of education and experience that they had coming into the organization, but they move towards the top of the band, which is considered the market rate. And so when we go out to market, we only compare the top of the band.
So if I understand you correctly, it impacts us negatively with our respect to hire when we are looking to hire new positions, and it also potentially compromises our ability to retain well.
Yes, and maybe just for a little further clarification, in the review process, we compare to like communities. So similar size and kind of location to larger centers like City of Edmonton. But we don't compare to, say, City of Edmonton or Strathcona County because they're so much larger than us, but we often lose employees to those locations because they're right beside us, they're our neighbors, and they pay considerably higher. So we don't include that as our market data, so we're already below those larger markets.
Thank you for that important nuance. And one last question for Mr. Bohachuk. So we've got a pretty clear picture over the period from 2020 to 2025 of what has been applied. Can you just give us some perspective? I think early on in your budget presentations, you talked about impacts as an organization of CPI and cumulative CPI and all those things. These things obviously impact all of our households, frankly, but do you have a sense of during that same time period, 2020 through 2025, that we were just talking about, merit and COLA, what's happened more broadly with CPI, cumulatively?
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, so if I remember my slides correctly, I think that CPI was around 23% from the period of 2019 to this year, or to 2025. I'm just going to provide some information. So our cumulative Canada inflation rate from an employee perspective is 18.5% with an average of 3.08% as a percentage. And we, 2, 4, 7, 9, 11% in that same period. So 7% under market on inflation from that perspective.
Thank you. And maybe one last question. Actually, I don't know who's best. Maybe it's Ms. Montney best to answer this question. What is our current status as a preferred employer, the City of Beaumont? I've heard that term thrown around. I don't know if it's an official status or...
Yeah, so we don't currently say apply for top 100 employer in Canada or top 50 employer in Alberta. We don't currently apply for those designations or statuses, but we definitely try to keep an eye on the trends and what's happening in the market and what employees are looking for.
Thank you.
Councillor Natellenbus.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess a couple things. First, I'm looking to see if Councillor Hyde would be open to a friendly amendment just to adjust the number that's been presented.
Depends on the number.
Yeah, so the number I'd like to propose is $312,727.
Sorry, could you repeat that again? 312?
And $727.
In light of the, Councillor Natellenbus, in light of the last year's conservative budget and this year's conservative budget, last year there was no merit, from what I understand. So this would take us into the second year of comparably the same thing. And so I would not be willing to do a friendly amendment to this proposal because half, I think, is a fair meet in the middle for this year, especially because none of that was last year. They get nothing last year.
So there was merit last year?
There was.
No, there wasn't. Okay, my apologies. COLA, no merit.
COLA, no merit. So because there was no merit last year, I think taking over just 25% might be a better way of compensating for that a little bit this year, put it that way.
Fair enough. Kate, thank you. And then I guess to Madam Clerk, I do want to put forward that motion. Would I do that after the fact, after we go through this process, or shall I?
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Councillor Talbot. This would be an amending motion on this motion, that we would suspend this motion, then move to the amending motion. That would be voted on. So I can draft that.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to put forward the amending motion and move that the amount of 155K be deleted and be replaced with 312,727. I will speak to that motion here really quickly. It's never an easy spot to be in, and please take this with the greatest degree of respect. I do appreciate what administration and city staff bring forward, but I do know it's not a one-to-one ratio when we talk about our residents. We have a lot of folks on fixed income. We have a lot of folks that are struggling, loss of jobs, and not seeing these COLA and merit increases. This is one of the levers where we have an opportunity to provide a little bit of tax relief to the residents within the community. I know it might not seem fair, but I tried to pick the lesser of the two evils in terms of amounts that have been allocated. And continuing on with COLA and just focusing on merits provides everyone with an increase, which I think seems reasonable. That being said, again, I really want to emphasize, I know city staff might hate me as I present this, but it's nothing against performance and abilities. It's strictly trying to get the budget in a spot where residents are more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. We're open for debate. If anybody has any questions.
Yeah.
Councillor, oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. You're going to put
Councillor Penrod, but did...
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
My mic was on. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting this amending motion. I'm just applying a few layers of filters. I think the original motion is more considered, and I'd be willing to entertain that and debate. I think this, given the context that we've just outlined, is not within the realm of reasonable. I might have been more willing to consider this, but we've already brought forward, and I think it was you that brought forward, other motions that cut FTEs. And so what I'm not willing to do is ask people to do more with less. And so we've actually cut out of some departments some of the identified help in the departments so that we might be able to address some of that kind of morale issue around giving people more resources to work with within the department. But now we've cut that out to some degree. And now it's kind of at the same problem from the other side too, so it feels like a double cut. So I won't support this amending motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde, then Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Penrod. I'm just looking at the trends over the years and such like that, and from what Mr. Bohojchuk has noted, we are below CPI, below what industry has been putting out there for many years, not just the last year and such like that. And I understand that there's lots of people that are hurrying, and there's lots of people that are trying to make ends meet and such like that. However, that doesn't mean we don't look after the people that support us. And the people that are on the ground, the people that are out there shoveling your snow, the people that are out there on the grader, the people that are out there doing the hard work every day for this community deserve a little bit of a recognition. And this just kind of makes it look like we're gonna just do the very least we can. And so that's why I feel like the smaller amount of the 155,000 is kind of saying, we'll meet you in the middle. And that's why I'm fine with that, and not to go with the full $312,000. So I won't be supporting this motion, obviously.
Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Just doing some math on the fly here, which is always dangerous. Mr. Bohojchuk, can you humor me a second? So last I heard from the score clock, and I'm going to preface all this by saying, yes, I'm the guy who also said we have to look at numbers versus asks, right? So right now I'm going to shift my focus to numbers for a second. So last score was 6.41%. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Two scenarios. First scenario, 155 passed. If 155 would have passed before this, that's a 0.5%, which would bring it down to 5.91-ish. We have a tabled motion at 400K, which was 1%. Is that correct?
So that's 312,000.
No, sorry, from before, we had the...
Oh, the transfer,
Councillor
sorry.
Hydes. Councillor Hydes.
Yeah, and I believe that 400K would translate to about 1.28%-ish, you know, because it's like 312, you know, cross multiply and divide. So anyways, you know, if 155 passed and the other passed, we'd be sitting at 4.63 to 4.6 to 4.7. Scenario one.
0.63 would be the number if both of those passed.
Yeah, just in that scenario. If none of this was considered and we moved back to the lever that's on the table, then that would be the 6.41 minus the 1.28, which would bring us down to about 5.13. So I just, you know, that's what's on the table right now is, you know, if this, you know, I'm doing the game theory out loud here a little bit on this, right? Just, I want to make sure everyone understands where we're actually at and what we've been able to accomplish to this point, which has already reduced staff and such. I'm unsure where I'm going to land on this. This is a very tough one. In motions past, staff that have been around have experienced me putting this motion or these types of motions forward. You've seen me support them. You've seen me not. But here's a question that can't be answered that I'm going to ask anyways of the CAO. What's the cost of demoralized staff in our Beaumont employee realm?
Yeah, you're right. That's a tough one to answer, but I'm going to take a shot at it. We're able, and we talk about it all the time, we're able to attract and retain outstanding talent, and you've seen that over the last several days, over the last several weeks. We do that in part, and it's not because we pay more than anybody else, because we don't. We're one of the lowest when you compare size per size in the region and in the province. An important factor that plays into this is we are not unionized. Efforts like this is what starts labor action. What Jay didn't share is between 2017 and 2020, we also had 2 zeros across the board. I am, quite frankly, in my career, have never experienced once a council messing around with employee compensation, not once. I've been here 8 years and we've gone through it, I think, 4 or 5 times. The wheels are going to fall off. You know, I get it. People make campaign promises and then you want to come in here and you want to show people how you're holding people feet to the fire. Well, these are people. Let's not forget that. And the service that you get from these people is over and above what you're getting anywhere else. I guarantee it. And you just need to circulate a little bit around the region. So this is, you talk about the number, give us a number and we'll find it. But this is just posturing and it's not helping our employees.
Thank you for taking a stab at that tough question. And I'll close right now. Like I said, I'm undecided. I'm not prepared right now. I want to hear what others have to say on where I'm going to land on this. But what I know, here's another question, Jay. What's our staff count right now in the municipality? We 250, 300, 350-ish? No? Okay. Makes the math better.
From the count that we did, go ahead.
If I recall, Donna provided us that number earlier this week and it was 192.
192, okay.
Full-time, yes.
192 full-time, okay. So business math, which is also dangerous, but I'm going to do it on the fly here. Let's say we have an effective rate of $100 an hour across the board on staff times 192. It's $192,000. That's the effect of one misplaced hour, compounded over time, right? $100 an hour, 192 staff. That's bad math. That was 19.2, right, Jay? Correct my math. Yeah. You see where I'm going. If we have staff that are demoralized and we have staff that aren't working to their full capacity, that are, maybe make a decision that they might not otherwise make, had they been not demoralized, we have a lot more than $312,000 to lose, I believe, among 192 staff. So I just want to really put that out there, guys. Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Hyde, you almost had me at 155, but you probably feel where I'm heading with this. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to go to the others and then we're going to go to a vote. So Councillor Cole-Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Just a clarification with this next year being the reassessment year. What's the effect of like a reassessment year and the COLA? Like if everything's in line, does it just stay where it's at or how does that work?
Number 17.
Yeah, so we do the review in 2026, and then any of the outcomes to that would be applied to the 2027 budget.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Tellenboss.
Perfect, thank you. I guess to Mike, with all due respect, I don't appreciate the comments you made. I'm not posturing, I'm not running off campaign promises, and I'm not messing with your staff's salary. I'm putting forward a solution to help reduce some of the tax levy that our residents are feeling. And this is a proposition that I did not promise or put on my campaign trail. So I don't appreciate that disrespect, and I won't tolerate it.
Do you want to repeat the first part about that, what you just said?
Which part? I said with all due respect?
When you opened up about...
All of the comments you made, posturing, making campaign promises, and messing with staff salary.
So, I'll just be a little careful here and be a little quiet, which is not something I really want to do right now. This is the third budget that you've been part of, and this is the third time that COLA has been put on the table. It's, if nothing else, predictable. I didn't say anything disrespectful. You're entitled to make whatever motion you choose to make. I was asked the question of how that would affect our employees, and that's how I answered it. It was a question that was prefaced with the fact that it didn't have an answer. So in that case, I'm entitled to my opinion, and that's what I shared.
Absolutely. So can you clarify how posturing and making campaign promises tie into that?
So point of order, we're going to, yeah, sorry. We are not going to go down that track right now. We can have a conversation later in that regard. So right now we have a motion on the board. If there's no more debate on this, then we're going to go to vote. I just wanted to clarify, if this does not pass, we go back to the other motion. Is that the idea of the amended motion? Okay, just so the public knows that as well. So we're going to go to a vote right now, or did you want to do a closing? You're good.
No, I'll do a closing.
Okay.
So again, I think it's important, a lot of good valid points here. I'm not here to criticize staff. You're doing a great job. Thank you for everything you do. I'm just trying to find efficiencies, and that 1-to-1 ratio that I refer to is not everyone in the community are seeing raises like this in terms of COLA as well as merit. So we just got to keep that in mind when we make some of these decisions. It's not because of performance. It's because we have to find a lever to help out the residents who are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natalenbos. Okay, we're going to go to a vote right now. Whoops, I think it changed before. Did we go already? Okay. So that was defeated with Councillor Natalenbos, and I don't know who the other person is in favor, and Murray in favor. So now we'll go to the other motion. Yeah, you can speak to it if you want, just to revisit it.
Yeah, just getting back to this, just to revisit the motion, the original motion. I think I spoke a little bit about this already, as to this is kind of a meet in the middle type of, and I don't want to berate this point because I know this is very difficult on staff. I 100% understand that, and I empathize with all the staff here because I know that they do fantastic work. This is just one of the things that we have to deal with as council, and one of the line items we look at. And I realize this is people, this isn't line item. However, the fact of the matter is that we have to make some pretty strong decisions. And this is my way of saying I appreciate everything, but can we meet in the middle? And I think that's where I'm going with this. And then I'll let administration decide what that looks like. But this is my meet in the middle approach, so that you know that everything is we do appreciate everything, but we need to make some tough decisions. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councillor Penrod. We're going to open debate.
Thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of picking up every rock, looking in every corner, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I'm going to be a no on this motion. In my opinion, increasingly municipal employees across the country deserve not just COLA, not just merit, but also danger pay. And in my opinion, this is an area where leading in the seat of a governor is much different than running in a campaign. In a campaign, we're in listening mode. We're hearing where the pressure points are in the community, and I never correct anyone. When I show up on their door unannounced, I'm just there to listen. From the councillor's chair, I'll pull a lot of levers before I'll pull this one, almost any lever. And it is an area where I will challenge anyone that comes forward in the community and questions the work that our people are doing. I think I understand my role as a governor of this city, as a councillor for this city, to shepherd and to maintain the health of the organization. And I can't support this motion in good conscience after what I heard for advice from our Director of People Services. because I think it actually undercuts our position in the market to do good work. Beyond that, we're in an incredible challenging period of this city's history. It's only going to get tougher. This is not the last of the hard budgets, and we need all hands on deck. The last thing we need is any issues with morale. I'm afraid we're already there, because against all advice, we insisted on dragging this forward. And I think I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Penrod. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hyde, I hear what you're proposing, and I know the numbers, and I see and understand where they come from. I'm going to try and keep this short. My passion came out already, so that part, I preface with that. And I'll just say that in a service budget, I think that the services have been tightened up as much as they can, and we've challenged the administration to cut 3 positions. We've added a position, we've subtracted a position, we've really jostled about to try and fine tune, we went through more motions. It feels like now, I want to know the stats later than we have in other budgets. Maybe that's just because it's feeling long, but where we need to be is we need to be moving forward with a staff that is not demoralized and a staff that are as all in as we are up here. It may not feel like council is all in, but council is all in. There's a lot that everyone takes on, and that's in this room and in this municipality. And I'll stop there. I think that we've been able to achieve. We still have a tabled motion. I'll remind everyone once again that that brings us down another 1.28% that we haven't even considered or jostled about yet either, right? So, anyways, I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. Yes, we're making some tough decisions. And, just like I think Ms. Montenay said as well, they're experiencing the effects as well. And I, again, think of our community, and our job here is to come to some tax rate that's going to be manageable for the people in our community. And unfortunately, we all have that pressure. We all have that decision in our own lives, what we're going to do in these times, and we all have decisions we need to make. So I think what you put forth, Councillor Hyde, is a meet in the middle, and it's not an easy one at all. But I think that looking at what we've come up to, we kind of went down, then we went up in our tax rate. We only have a few more levers left, if anything. I'm not sure if we have anything left, do we? Just reserves? What? And fees? And fees as well? Does that affect?
There's not much there.
I'm just asking a question about levers we have left.
To the mayor. So there could be motions around fees. I'm not aware of any. We have motions for fees? Sorry. So that is another lever, yes? So reserves and revenues, I guess, is the piece.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole-Smith.
I just wanted to hear that number one more time from the tabled motion. Can you remind me what that was?
400,000.
Yeah, and the impact again, one more time.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
There was the tabled motion with a proposed, would have an effective tax.
The tabled motion, sorry. So that 400,000 would be 1.28% on the budget. If this motion were to pass right now as is, would have us at a 5.91.
And that's the overall revenue requirement we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. No, I appreciate it, thank you. I know this isn't an easy conversation, and yes, everybody here, I've been on the receiving side of this conversation. I know how it feels. Also been a taxpayer and know how that feels, and it's balancing everyone. But it's not taken lightly. Thank you.
Would you like to do a closing?
Yeah, I'd like to call the vote right after this. Again, the council does not take any of this lightly. We have empathy for everybody in this city, and you know, these are really tough decisions, just like you make decisions at home every day. It's a really tough one, and it's not lost on me whatsoever that, and this is never an easy decision. However, I believe this is my best foot forward, saying, let's meet in the middle, let's work through this together, let's make this a better city together, and we're all in as far as council goes. So we're ready to jump in there with you. So that's what I'll leave it to a vote.
Thank you. So we're going to go to a vote now. And that passed with 2 opposed, which you'll tell me because I can't see.
Opposed, I have Councillor Van Newkirk and Councillor Penrod opposed.
Thank you. All right, I think we have a few more motions. It is getting close to 6 o'clock. Do we need a break? We're good? Keep going? Everyone good? Keep going? Okay, we'll keep going.
Sorry, we're just trying to determine the order that we have here, Mayor.
Anybody else want another water?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah. We're just, so for the public, yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Looks like you need to do a little rearranging. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, we are new with our budget deliberations. Does someone need to do a preamble, or we're going to, Jay? Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to remind everybody where we're at after the latest discussion. So we're at 5.91%.
Thank you for that update. All right, so we'll continue on with the motions.
Thank you, Mayor. We will now be going back to the tabled motion that we have for the reserves.
Okay. Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, just going back to this motion that the proposed 2026 municipal operating budget be decreased by reducing municipal reserve transfers by 400,000 in 2020. Or Mr. Bohoychuk to have a drum roll here to see what that would bring us down to. That would be fantastic as to where we would be with this motion.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Hyde. So if this was to pass at $400,000, we would be at 4.63.
So again, so much work over the last couple of days. And I realize this is a big number to not send into the reserves. If we wanted to, I would definitely allow for a friendly amendment if we wanted to change the number a little bit or whatever. But if we want to stay at this number, this is the last lever of the day. So with a little bit to do with maybe some fees and some things like that, which won't probably move the needle that much. This is where we're at. And this is not saying that we're not transferring or going along with Mr. Bohoychuk's plan. It's just saying that we're going to, elongate it a little bit. And if we can find more throughout the year to put in, transfer into reserve, then we can do that too. But this just alleviates some of that tax burden to where I feel that it's serving all of the things that we've done and all the work that we've done over the last couple of days, and still allows for us to be putting some money into reserves. That's why this is out there.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. So just to be clear in terms of that, it just delays the process a little bit. Is that correct, Mr. Boychuk?
So to you, Madam Mayor. So it will impact our ability to fund infrastructure capital needs into the future. So every dollar that we don't put in today will have an impact. Now, it will take time to, assuming that in future budget cycles we could catch up for the dollars that we're not putting in and contribute larger amounts than what I had projected as far as values, then we would catch up. It would take us a little bit longer to catch up. The compounding effect, if we don't replenish back up to what we would have been putting in, has a material effect over time, right? So, if you just, it's $400,000, if that's not recovered in future budgets, over 10 years, that's $4 million that we didn't get that will impact our ability to take care of our infrastructure. So, yes.
Thank you for that. So potentially, because of the changes in the offsite levies and things like that, that we could possibly save on that areas that we would normally take money from. Is that, am I reading that right or no? In terms of ways that...
To you, Madam Mayor. So offsite levies is
like not putting money into that, but we're asking more of our developers, so to speak.
To fund specific leviable infrastructure, yes. And
yes.
so, for example, the fire station that'll be coming up in 2028 is partly levy supported, but also serving existing residents. And so there is a municipal portion that we would have to pay as far as that goes. So we always try to leverage maximum usage of external sources, but at the end of the day, our ability to fund our own capital needs is either through debt or reserves.
Right.
And debt can only be applied in specific instances to large infrastructure. So all the smaller stuff, your routine repairs, your routine purchases, all of those things are reserve funded.
Thank you for that. And it's also assuming, for example, the example you gave in terms of the fire hall, that would not be, that would be a sole project, obviously with offsite levies, but without a partner,
Yes.
or like a regional partner, if we would have, then that would,
This assumes that the plan would be ours, we're the only person in it at this time, yes.
perfect, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Colesmith.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be a little bit of a tricky one. You can just tell me if this is doable or not. But given what we removed from the capital side earlier, and what we've added, and what we're proposing to transfer, what does that do to the position, where we started with regards to the financial health? Like, what's the net effect here with the reductions, right? You're having to catch up less.
So, through the mayor to Councillor Colesmith, it's not a net zero game. So let's say we said that. So right now, I think the number in capital after the adjustments, we're at $237,000 of that has been reduced from the plan. If you gave me the choice of saving $237,000 or putting $237,000 into the base budget that has annual contributions of that time, I'll take the reserve contribution all day long. The one-time savings of $237,000, while not insignificant, doesn't protect our financial sustainability or ability to grow. The dedicated reserve contribution that's in the budget every year after that is where our sustainable health comes from. So I applaud the approach of trying to drive down the capital piece, but that is a one-time gain as opposed to a return on investment gain that I will take the return on investment all day long.
I just wanted to hear you say it out loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors want to chime in here at debate? Councillor Natellenbos?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, Jay, just for confirmation, we're still well above where we were in the past in terms of contributions, right? I believe should we proceed with this, we're still looking at about 2.8, just shy, being transferred to reserves in terms of change from what we've done previously?
I believe that is an accurate sentence, yes.
Okay,
so
perfect.
Again, the magnitude, if we take 400,000, we'll be at $2.7 million of contributions in 2027, the growth element of that. But recognizing that when I talked about the BCPI graph and how the costs of everything have escalated far beyond what we had sustainable funding, we have a significant gap to bridge, and that $2.7 million really just holds the line. It's not bridging the gap, it's barely just paying for what we have in the, right now.
But better than before, correct?
I will not turn down reserve transfer dollars, yes, so that is better, but still we have a significant issue to address in coming budgets.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Penrod?
Thank you. So we started the budget presentations with this kind of big picture story of just that gap between how we funded our organization, our corporation, our city over previously till we get to today. So we've got this kind of structural deficit, and I think we're all agreed that we need to address that. I think what I hear Councillor Hyde doing with this motion is trying to massage the plan that we've presented with. I know that you talked yesterday about being a long-term thinker, and try to manage the impact, spread it out a little bit more than what was proposed. My concern with that is that from a conservative estimate, and contrary to popular opinion, I'm pretty conservative when it comes to finances. I think, given every macro and kind of microeconomic factor that I can see, I think this year is going to be the easiest time for us to make these transfers. There are other factors coming that are out of our control. The best advice that I've received or got is that, again, those federal dollars are drying up, those provincial dollars are drying up. That's going to mean less grants. It's going to mean us trying to wring more out of every dollar, and we're going to be continually tempted to raid this piggy bank, so to speak. And so That's my concern with this proposal. I'm still hearing what people have to say, and my vote will be swayed by that. But yeah, I know that we need to address that structural problem that we have. And what I don't want to do is get 4 years down the road and realize that we haven't made enough progress on that. This is a piece that's, I think we not only are here concerned about what we hear every day, and frankly, even within our own families about affordability, but the kind of moral and leadership question is, do we pass those challenges on to the next generation too? And that's what I'd like to be able to do at the end of this term, is say that we've significantly moved the needle on that. And yeah, I just come down today thinking like this might be the best year that we have, with our CMP going back into collective bargaining, with the province trying to wring more money out of municipalities for education. I just don't see how it's going to get any easier in future years.
Councillor Colesmith and Councillor Natellenbos.
I've already gone once. Why don't you let Councillor Natellenbos go first?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'm just looking for a friendly amendment. Just there was discussion around the 2027. I don't know that that needs to be included here. Just asking Councillor Hyde if you'd be okay with removing the 2027 and just focusing on 2026.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with removing the 2027 portion of this, because it will be debated, of course, in the budget for 2027. I think this was just a way to show that I'm trying to smooth things out over the next few years, and not, again, this goes back to my point of trying to solve all the problems in the first year, right? We can't solve everything in the first year. We know that, but we're making a significant effort by what we are doing here, going down this road of doing the transfers that we are. But we've added so many services, and we've kept our service levels high, and we've been able to go forward. But you have to offset that a little bit for the taxpayers of Beaumont. And this just says, you know what, I recognize that not everybody is we're all rowing in that. To put that back to munis, we're in a bit of a rough ocean here too. So everybody's in that boat. I realize that this might be the best year for us to try to put this forward, but might not be the best year for our constituents. So recognizing that there is rough waters ahead, I want to make sure that we prepare our constituents as well, and know that let them know that we have their backs. And this is just the last lever to be able to do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to propose one more friendly amendment, that we change the 400,000 and reduce it instead by just 200,000. It still achieves the goal, like saying, you know, we're trying to show balance, and it does start to bridge that gap and positions us in a good place for coming years.
I need the number, Jay.
I just want to confirm that council would be okay with that number changing to 200,000. Is there any
I think
concern?
we need the percentage. Is that what you're referring to, Councillor Pai? Before we make that decision, yeah.
So if the reduction was $200,000, the rate would be 5.27%.
Compared to 4.64 or something like that?
4.9, I think it was.
4.63.
And again, that number is the total revenue requirement, including all revenue sources.
Barring any changes to fees, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you decide first.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because, I mean, there's a perceived number, you know, out there that the population is looking for, and those type of things. So, you know, when you're sitting up here as a councillor, you want to show that you've done everything you can. You've uncovered every rock, every place that you can go to smooth out the process. this is going to be a pretty, and this is just splitting hairs, and this is what it comes down when you sell the house, whether you sell the washer and dryer with the house or not. So I come down to this and I go, Jay, what's that number at 4.9?
6.3.
No, it was
So
4.63.
to get to 4.9 is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So if the reduction was, if it was reduced to $300,000, you'd be at 4.95.
So that's what I'd be prepared to do, is to make an amendment to this motion to $300,000.
I'll take that because it's better than nothing.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I need council to be in consensus, or it would be an amending motion on this motion if council is not in consensus for the
I
300.
think we have consensus on that. Yeah, we have consensus on that.
Yeah. Okay.
And while you're doing that, or maybe not, can we have some councillors chime in on the, oh, he's already get done. Very good. All right, so I think Natal and Boss, you were first. You're good? Okay. So Councillor Murray.
Oh, yes, I forgot that I had clicked to talk. I'm still a little bit torn about this one, just because I feel like if we have the opportunity to put more money into the reserves, I think probably I'm going to go for that. I guess I kind of feel the way that Councillor Penrod had said, this might be the time to just put this in, even though every year is probably going to be just as difficult as this one. I'm hopeful that maybe that won't be the case, but I think if we can kind of front load, as they say, in this year. So I'm not sure that I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Any other councillors want to debate this? Okay, we will go to a vote. Did you want to make a closing statement?
Yeah, I just want to say how proud I am of this council, that, you know, we may not agree on everything, and I'm sure that the voting really showed that, and there was some spirited debate for sure. It's not like I wanted it to come down to this lever or anything like that, but it's where the rubber met the road and where my number needed to be. And speaking also to Councillor Natellenboss's, or not Natellenboss, Van Newkirk's service over number type of discussion, at some point you have to put a number out there. And we've done a really good job of maintaining services and not diluting it. This is just a way to say, let's smooth it out just a little bit more over the next few years. And yes, you could say, one thing that you learn in investing is there's a reason not to invest every year. You learn that there's going to be an event every single year. There's always a reason why not to do something. So we don't know what that reason is going to be next year. We don't know what the reason is going to be beyond that. We don't know what it'll be in 4 years. But I know that if I do that this year and I can smooth out the process over the next 10 years, that I'm doing the right thing by just massaging it a little bit. I don't know what the next few years look like. Nobody does. But this massages it out for a few years, put it that way. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. We will go to a vote now. And that passes 5-2. Penrod and Murray will be opposed. All right, so do you want to give us an update there?
So as I mentioned, Mayor, with the adjustment to 300, the rate is 4.95% right now.
Okay. Do you have any other motions that we have to go through, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. We're just trying to get clarification on one item here.
Okay.
Just need a couple of minutes.
Okay. Good job. I feel good about that. I feel good about going below. So just for the public, if you're watching, we're just rearranging some things as we move into the next phase of this deliberations. So we're just giving administration some time to do a little bit of rearranging here. Just should be a few minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. We do not have any further motions. We will now be going on to the first reading of the fees and charges bylaw. And will you speak to it? Just saying.
Do we have motions with that?
We have the...
This is in the document that we were handed as well. Yeah, it's part of our packet, sorry.
Yes, Madam Mayor, so the fees, rates, and charges first reading of the bylaw supports the revenue projections that we have put in the operating budget. If we do not pass this, then by law, the municipality cannot charge for any of the fees and services that we would normally collect pieces from. So it's a critical piece that we pass this in advance of the final budget approval. So we've done all the budget motions. Now we'll do the fees, rates, and charges bylaw to confirm that the structure is in place to charge and recover the revenues that we had planned for in the document. And then we'll move into budget approval.
Okay, just for clarification, so these are existing fees that we have, or were they additions added to increase?
To you, Madam Mayor, it could be any combination of stuff. So it could be existing that haven't changed, it could be brand new ones, or they could be existing ones that we have changed. So it's in the attachment in the schedule, talks about the fees for every service that we do.
Yeah.
And it would be, council could ask questions or make motions, I guess.
Okay, so just guide me, do you need to do something first before we have some of the councillors suggest any changes to that, or?
So I can speak to that procedurally. So what we would do, pardon me, is we would give the bylaw first reading, and then we would, after that, we would move into any motions that councillor would like to have prior to going into second reading.
Okay. So I'll just need you to, okay. I can do that. That bylaw 1093-25, 2026 to 2026 fees and charges bylaw, a bylaw that sets the 2026 fees, rates, and charges be given first reading. Any discussion around that? Debate? Okay, so we'll go to a vote. And passed unanimously, carried unanimously.
So I do have one, the first motion for the fees, rate, and charges, and I'll just put it up on the screen here.
Okay. Councillor Natellenbos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that bylaw 1093-25, 2026 fees and charges bylaw be amended by increasing the fees outlined in Section A, planning fees, Section B, development and permit fees in Section C, miscellaneous planning and development fees by 15%. So just to speak to that motion, having done research in regards to other municipalities and some of their fees, obviously there's a lot of items there, and some are higher, some are lower, some are in between. But that being said, there are some significant ones with much higher value in terms of the fee that other municipalities use. One example would be potentially the land use bylaw amendment fee. By increasing by 50%, we're given the opportunity to increase some revenue, which obviously helps reduce tax levy down the road. This pushes the majority of that burden onto developers and new home builders as opposed to residents. There are some instances where permits may be required that there would be a slight increase of that 15% for residential improvements for homeowners now. But I think it gives an opportunity for us to, again, capitalize on new investment that's coming into the community and it will really encourage, I guess, builders that want to be here. This wouldn't push them away because in my opinion, it's a relatively minimal increase compared to some of the other fees that I had seen throughout other municipalities. Again, it varies quite a bit, but another lever that we can use to increase our revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. Any debate? Any Councillor Hyde?
Yeah, I just wanted to make it aware that any fees that we charge a developer or somebody like that gets passed on to the consumer. Very rarely do they take a fee and say, oh yeah, we'll just eat that. So just to be cognizant about that, I understand that this is something that we can use to, of course, help with our fee reduction and our budget and everything like that. However, like I said, this does impact housing prices, and because this fees will be passed on to the consumer, just like any other fee that gets put on to any housing build or anything else. This is where this is going to end up. I'm not saying I'm going to vote or yay or nay. I'm just going to say let's just be cognizant of that fact that this does get built into housing pricing.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos, for bringing this forward, because I think this is a way that we could, again, increase revenues to boost, to put into our kitty without having to put an undue burden on taxpayers. And yes, I believe this is like future residents will be paying for future development in that regard. So I think this is a good way to increase some revenue coming in without having to put it onto taxpayers in terms of increasing other fees. Mr. Boychuk, you want to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So just for clarification, so currently we don't understand or know the intent of what the fee change would be as far as a budget impact, unless Ms. Raymond has better information this doesn't outline any budget change other than to say that we would change the fees and potentially at one end maybe we have a large surplus due to unknown revenue, or it could conversely drive market away and we actually run a deficit. So there is some risk reward, not gonna say just risk, there's risk reward potential on this motion that I don't know that we could quantify at the moment. Mr. Raymond, unless you have more to add?
Yeah, and I don't think we were asking for that, because obviously that's unknown, right? We're just saying this is a way that we could increase. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, yes, and so, because we did talk about during the budget motions that another lever was revenues, and this is a chance to change revenues, but we can't quantify in order to change the budget for the approval that we'd be looking to come up with at this point.
You want to speak to that, Kim?
Yeah, thank you. I guess using the same method that we use for the increase that's proposed, would we not be able to do that the same for the increase that is being put forward on this motion?
It would make an assumption that, so as I talked about in the presentations about the law of diminishing returns, right? So if we charge $1 to go swimming, we might get a whole bunch of usage. We charge $1 million, we're getting zero usage, and it's finding that sweet spot. I don't know that we can quantify if this is going to be beyond that sweet spot, that we're actually driving development and things down, that we're actually netting less cash, but more on a per activity basis. So that's the part where it's a little bit unknown, and to quantify that for the budget would be challenging. So we could make these motions and adjust it, but we would be at the revenue impacts of the year end would be, we can't predict that right now.
So I guess my question would be, can we provide a very conservative assumption? We did something similar to this in terms of new build permit fees previously with an anticipated number of how many new homes we're going to be expecting. Again, I would just be asking for a very conservative number so that we're not way off.
Not on yet. Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Natellenbos, yes, it is possible to do a very high-level forecasting in terms of what expected growth and development is expected to look like. I will note, though, too, that we're also changing, I think, the market and that certainty. We're also driven by external factors as it relates to housing. There's a lot of stuff there's a lot of permits, maybe in the region, but not necessarily as much on the actual housing starts with the construction industry. So when you're looking at that, you're really kind of playing this game about what is this actually going to materialize. When we've talked about forecasting, it's a moment in time, and it's not a crystal ball. So it's possible to do it, but it is possible to totally, I guess, miss our revenues. And if we are relying on those to fund any operations beyond what we may have already included, that would put the budget, I think, in jeopardy. I would just like to draw council's attention here back to how we calibrated the fees. When we calibrated the fees, we did change that philosophy last year. Part of that philosophy was that implementation of the service review, and we did look at how are we performing in the region for economic competitiveness. We were also looking at having a balance of cost recovery. So we're trying to have our fees cover the cost of delivering that service. We were looking at costs as incentive and disincentive. So we got the development costs. We can financially incentivize or disincentivize activities. And then we were also looking at promoting public safety. So one of those items, this is everything. This motion would up all of the fees for planning and development right across the board. So including homeowners right through to developers. So we took it, when we calibrated the fees, we were looking at wanting to make sure that people would apply for their deck permit. We didn't want to have a disincentive for somebody to make an application for their secondary suite or something else so that we could have that safety element, so that we could go in and do those inspections. Also recognizing too that they're also funding some of those services, maybe through taxes and other stuff like that as their homeowners. So when we calibrated those, that was how we determined where we would place the fees. Some of our fees did go up a fair bit last year. There's been no engagement with the development community on these fees. They would be basing any of their decisions to invest in Beaumont on our transparentness and their ability to make an informed business case, which they would not have an opportunity to do tonight. We've proposed 5% increase generally across most of our fees. There are a few that have gone up a little bit more than that to look at covering the costs of commercial permits, complex developments, so those non-residential ones, ensuring that those were paying for the time that it takes. And then also looking at our trades permits as well. And those are the ones that have primarily gone up a little bit more than that 5%. The other thing that I just want to caution at is our services are, I think, run on a shoestring kind of, we run really lean, and I think that there might be a unwillingness perhaps to pay additional and a premium that they might not pay elsewhere if they are not seeing a proportionate bump or a return back for those fees. So why would somebody want to pay more if it didn't actually make their permit go any faster? That's just something that I caution council to think about as you're considering this. The other one is we don't know what that might do to that economic competitiveness. So more analysis should be done in terms of benchmarking and that sort of thing if council is interested in that, and some of this will take us past what it's actually costing us to deliver that service. So I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Ms. Raymond. Do you have a follow-up to that, or can we move on to another councillor, Councillor Natellenbos?
Yeah, I think the question, obviously, these funds don't necessarily have to pertain directly to this department, but I think it easily can. We're looking at investment in electronic permitting, which will accelerate our permitting process. Comes with a significant cost, and some of those costs could be captured through something like this, as well as some of the software we're looking at and all the budgetary increases that have been requested for 2026, 27, 28. This provides us with the opportunity to fund some of this stuff. I don't anticipate a 15% increase for a developer and builder that is wanting to build in Beaumont is going to make that much of a change, again, for the folks that want to invest in Beaumont. That being said, if there's a slight I guess, decrease in growth. Maybe that's something that the community needs right now. I don't anticipate it, but there's been a lot of discussion about growing too quickly. And if that is one of the results of this, maybe it's something we need to take a quick breath and get our systems aligned, e-permitting being one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natelmas. We're going to go to Councillor Penrod, then Hyde.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Natellenbus, I appreciate year over year the vigor with which you come to the this document. I think you forged a way forward. Last year, I took a lot of notes on what I thought was a really innovative approach to the new home fees. I thought that was great. My concern is that we took the cushions off the couch and shook out the couch and found $10, and we're back looking for that $10 again. I'm just not sure they're here. Based on what you did last year, I went through this document with a fine-tooth comb, also in preparation here, and I don't think there's a lot to be gained here with revenue without also trading for risk, and I think some of what we've heard already demonstrates some of that potential risk. So my first question to you, Councillor Natellenbus, is would you consider changing tack a little bit on this and making this more of a subsequent motion so we can go out and see what the viability of finding 15% here is, as opposed to, like, as the motion stands, as I understand it, this would just execute it, the fees would go up across the board by 15%. Subsequent motion would more be saying we're directing admin to come back with a report around the viability and a better assessment of the risk involved with this increase. Would you be willing to go in that direction?
I do appreciate that. Given that this will have an impact on this budget, I would like to remain with what's been proposed here now. Not to say down the road I wouldn't explore an opportunity like that should this not proceed.
Yeah, fair enough. We don't know what the impact of this will be, and that's where I'm speaking to the risk. So thanks for answering that question. Can you speak to where you came up with 15%? And maybe as you answer that, I'll also ask Ms. Raymond to speak to, well, actually, I think we already maybe got the answer on that. I was sketching out my questions as you were speaking. So I think there's some play there, but generally speaking, these fees have gone up about 5% year over year. Is that the answer that I heard from you, Ms. Raymond?
They have not gone up 5%. Sorry, they've gone up 5% over last year.
That's So that's what I heard. Okay. Yep. So, Councillor Natellenbus, if you could speak to where you came up with the 15% number.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Penrod. As discussed, there's a lot of variation between the rates. Some are 100% more, some are on par, and some are lower. So there's a big variation. I tried to pick a standard number that seemed reasonable in comparison to some of the other fees in other municipalities. Again, I'm not going to ask for 100% times more like I had witnessed in some of the fees. So this was a level ground assumption to put forward as opposed to a higher number. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's my concern, is that there was a real, as Ms. Raymond spoke to, there was a real considered process that we went through to come up with those changes. And so in this section of this document, yeah, we do see, because we've had the opportunity to consult and because we've had the opportunity to really consider risk, you see some larger increases and some lesser increases. As I read this, if your motion succeeds, it'll be a 15% cumulative increase. So even fees that have been already contemplated in this document as increased by 100%, as you mentioned, would now be 115%. I just raise that as that's additional risk, I think. So we've consulted on certain numbers, and now we're increasing those numbers.
Sorry, can you clarify the 115%?
Yeah, so your number, you mentioned that as you went through, and I saw some of the same, as you went through, you found it wasn't 5% across the board increase. Some numbers were increased significantly, others were left more or less alone, but that comes to an overall about 5% across. So, but you mentioned the number 100%. I'm just saying where there's an increase already contemplated here, you're proposing to put an additional 15% on that increase.
Correct. Can you please define the 115%? I'm not understanding what you're trying to put forward.
Yeah, I'm saying you mentioned...
If I may, just because I think there's a misunderstanding here, I think you were referring to when you were doing your research.
Correct, yeah.
Pricing, some pricing was, speak to that. I think that's what he's referring to. And
Yeah, so that I'm just picking up your number, Councillor.
Yep.
And you mentioned there's some numbers that have been increased 100%.
No, there are other municipalities that have fees that are over 100% what we charge.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that piece there.
Thank you.
So this 15% though is...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
so
to
this
do that.
15% though is cumulative to any other increases that are here. So question for maybe Ms. Niesink, maybe Ms. Raymond, is just looking again to explore the risk here as we consider this motion. What would be the impact? You've already spoken somewhat to residential, but I'm just wondering if we're really actively trying to increase. So this is just picking up on the point that you made, Councillor Nantelmbos, and we're aligned on this. If we change our fees and it slows down some residential growth, that's maybe a good thing. And I remember us having that conversation as a council during the consultations that preceded these proposed increases. Where I'm not in line on that, and where I don't think you are either, is if this motion decreases some of our commercial development, because we're actively trying to get more commercial to hopefully over the long haul balance out our tax levy. So if you could speak to that, Ms. Niesink.
Certainly, thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, it's sort of a twofold approach here. So we do have a bit of an economic edge with where our permitting fees sit. And last year with the work done to bring the fees in line with the cost, there was a significant increase to the commercial and the complex. Increasing again without going out to the development community is a bit of a risk in the relationships we've been working to build. We've been working really hard on that being transparent, working with developers, doing what we can to bring them to Beaumont. I would prefer to see a method where we're going out to the development community first, kind of giving the rationale, telling them what it means for them. It would change the pro forma on a number of the developments because those fees are much larger on a large scale commercial development. So there is a risk there. We can't say for certain whether it would deter people, but it would be, like my theme, one less bridge. One less bridge we would have to offer.
Thank you. And I think that Ms. Raymond's already checked off one of my questions just on that potentially unintended consequence of maybe driving some home improvements. Like if this is a good tool potentially to pump the brakes a bit on some new start growth, but what we don't want to do is take a corrective action in that regard that makes it less likely that somebody applies for the permit to do their deck, right?
Yeah.
Or their fence or what have you. I think we already heard an answer on that one. So my last question is, Councillor Nantelmbos, do you have more motions like this coming on other sections of the document?
No, this would be the only motion I'm putting forward in terms of fees.
Okay, so my question is, why stop here? Why not look at some other departments? So one of the things that surprised me when I looked at this document is that there are virtually no increases contemplated in the protective services aspect here. And so I'll put that question to you, but then maybe Mr. Chief Melvin could speak to why that's the case from his department. And that's all my questions.
Oh, sorry about that, yeah. Chief Melvin, number 17. Did you want to speak to it? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I guess, yeah, if the question was to me why I didn't put that forward, I would encourage you to put that motion forward if you feel it's a good one.
Thank you. Chief Melvin.
Through the mayor to Councillor Penrod, protective services, our response fees are tied to the Alberta transportation rates, so those periodically, when we're given notice, will go up based on Based on that, we did increase some of our RCMP fees to cover actuals this year. And then we're trying to maintain that cost recovery. So once again, we don't want to charge too much. Nobody gets a hold of us. But at the same time, we want to provide that level of service. So protective services, in retrospect, we did do I guess a realignment several years ago. And our numbers where they're currently at, proposed for 2026, are still in line with typical trends that we're still within the window of charging appropriately. And we did do some tweaks here and there with dog kennel fees and things like that, or sorry, pet kennel fees. So there's some small tweaks here and there, but there wasn't a general 10 or 15% rate across the board. We dug into, is this actually the cost? And if it's not, what is the municipality's cost to provide the service? And tried to recover that back with a new proposal. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Chief Melvin. So councillors, if we could just keep the questions on this motion in and of itself, please, so we can relate it to this. So going to Councillor Hyde first.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we got a little off the track there, off of this bylaw. I think that I understand we're trying to, again, uncover every rock and everything like that, but correct me if I'm wrong, but we just got a huge win on off-site levies this year, where we went to the developers and said, you know what, we need you to pay more. They're going to pay more. And we go back there and we say, okay, now that's great. Thank you very much. But here's another 15%. They have good memories, really good memories. I think that Ms. Nysink would agree with me that they have long memories. And I think that I'd like to just maybe speak to that, Ms. Nysink, as to, again, in lieu of the fact that we have already just made a big win on levies, how does this impact? Is this a double whammy to our developers, or is that what it's going to be perceived as? That's what I'm looking at.
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Councillor Hyde, double whammy isn't a fun way to put it, but again, it's one less bridge. So we really do try to market ourselves as developable and competitive, and we lack some of the location and other assets that other communities have. So this would be remembered. The levies is extremely recent, and it was a significant increase for the developers. So it would feel as though it was compounding, but again, without that engagement with the developers, we can't really understand how they would feel about it or what they would see as an understanding to it. So the engagement really would be key before we move any of this forward, and then perhaps it could be a phased approach.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I think that further back, Mr. Councillor Natellenbos, I would like to ask the same as what Councillor Penrod asked, to maybe move this into more of a discussion phase as opposed to putting this into this budget right away. I think that there's more to uncover here than a strict ask as far as going forward. I think we really need to examine it a little bit better.
Thank you. Yeah, so again, I'll stick with maybe that's the route we can go if this isn't approved. To your comment about the offside levies being a big win, I don't know that it's a big win. We finally standardized our rates so that it was in alignment with industry. Even developers were saying it's about time. You guys were so low in terms of offside levies. So I don't know that it's a win. Again, we got to the place we needed to be. This is just another opportunity, as I mentioned, to increase revenue and capitalize on some of the development that's coming in, both on the home side as well as the commercial side.
Thank you. Councillor Cole-Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any information on these fees as far as how they stand with other municipalities? Average, what's the deviation? There's been a lot of talk about competitiveness and like where the market is and trying to hit the peak of that inverted parabola with regards to elastic and inelastic demand. But it's all speculation unless we have comparables.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Smith. We do have comparables. I've not done a full analysis to see exactly where this proposed increase would put us in the region. Right now, we've been comparing against Leduc, Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan, and Spruce Grove. We've got similar environments to us and similar growth pressures. We also compete very heavily with the city of Leduc for development. That would be one thing that we could do. The other thing would be we don't have consistency on where we actually want to benchmark at. So are we looking at being the 50th percentile, which is a previous philosophy that we had? We're a little bit different this year. We're more expensive maybe in the housing side, and we're less expensive in some others. So that's not consistent right now in terms of, are we always at 50%? Leduc wants to be the cheapest in the region. We just don't have that consistent philosophy right now because it had been more tied to the cost of service that we're providing and then that compliance piece.
So I think we do have a sense of that. That hasn't been shared, I guess, or can that be shared? You know, like roughly where we are on these, or is that a difficult ask? And I think where I'm going with this is I suspect it's difficult, and I think I'm leaning towards asking to defer it.
It's not information we would readily have available that could be shared, but we would not take us that long to pull that together in a future ask.
Right. I think I get the intent. I can understand wanting to increase the fees, but again, without the understanding of where we sit within the competitive marketplace, any conversations about increasing or decreasing revenue as a result of this are just speculation.
Thank you. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm done.
That's okay. I do have a question for Councillor Tellenboss. Since Ms. Raymond said this also impacts residents, building decks, and so on like that, I'm wondering if you would be willing to do two things. One is remove that from the 15% increase, and maybe do a friendly amendment on the other piece of 10% as opposed to 15%.
Thank you. Yes, I would be open to that.
For both those things?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. How easy is that to do in terms of segmenting out when it is, say, a resident add-on as opposed to a new build or?
Right now?
No, in terms of the fee structure and like that.
We can do that. Yeah, it's not a problem. Sorry, I can't talk tonight.
That's
It's not a
okay.
problem.
I understand. Okay. So if we can make those changes for the 10%, the friendly amendment.
We just need to confirm where the decks are, which section that's under. We could confirm that with our planning.
Okay.
Decks and building permits. Hold on. Just 2 seconds.
And then I just want to confirm that the 15% to 10%.
Correct.
Okay. Also, I just want to provide clarity with regards, I did have a couple of councillors that mentioned about whether or not Councillor Tellenboss would consider a subsequent motion. And then he had indicated that if this didn't pass, that he would do a potential subsequent motion. So procedurally, I just want to note that you would not be able to bring that motion back in a report of what this currently looks like with the, well, now if we're doing the friendly amendment, the 10%. So it would have to be something that would be different. So if you're wanting to have a subsequent motion, if this motion didn't pass for a report, your only option at this point is to withdraw your motion and do a subsequent motion to bring it back.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate that clarity. With the changes, I would like to proceed with this motion, and I realize the potential consequence should it not pass. Thank you.
Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, I just, we talked about decks, so would other renovations be covered under that as well? Or are we looking at, a broader thing for Beaumont residents to make sure that they're doing that? So this is decks, fences, renovations to their homes, everything like that? Just for confirmation.
Yes.
We had mentioned one thing, but
That's what my friendly amendment.
That's where it was going? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that,
Perfect.
just for confirmation's sake.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were waiting for the motion to come up.
Sorry, as I was just looking at this, I just want to also ask a question too, as we're relating to, is that also a home-based business, or we're strictly talking like decks, renovations that a homeowner might apply for?
Home-based business as well, in terms of the removal of that? Is that what you're referring to? Sorry, I'm, as far as the development of their business space, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, just making sure that we would be applying that 10% additionally to the 2026 proposed fees.
I would be apt to say that no, that they would be part of the separate, to be like a renovation to their house. So it would just be a new home build, new commercial, new development.
Okay. Get about 5 minutes here. Is that possible?
You need a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I just need to.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks.
I know Councillor Penrod, you wanted to say something. Oh, we can continue on, or we can take a break? Yeah, I'll just wait. Okay, we'll take a break. 5-minute break. All right, we're going to continue on. Thank you for your patience for those who are watching online. We are back, and we're going to move through our next section. Who's on deck first? I think we had an amendment
Sorry,
to a
Mayor,
motion.
We're still drafting Councillor Natalenbos's with the changes that you asked for.
Okay.
It's pretty detailed.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. I thought you were ready. My apologies.
Okay, Mayor, we're ready to go.
Okay, we're ready to go.
As the motion's coming up, I just want to note, Ms. Raymond will speak after myself. There is a significant amount of changes, as you can see in this motion, but I've done them all in red so council can see what was changed, and it was just including what friendly amendment there was.
Thank you for doing that work. I appreciate it. Is this something that you need to speak to? Reid, sorry, because since you accepted the friendly amendment.
Yep, perfect. I guess, Ms. Winter, am I okay to move it if I'm okay with the changes?
It's already moved, and Ms. Raymond would like to speak to it.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Just really quickly here, you'll see that additional dwelling unit where it's a secondary suite in somebody's house, so if they want to do that themselves. Exterior residential structural renovation alterations, we're looking at those decks, that home improvement building permit. It should say accessory home improvement building permit. If you can take out Anne, please, at the beginning of that second to last bullet. Stoves and fireplaces, wood burning. I just want to draw council's attention that the one thing we left at the increase is trades permits. So when we're looking at electrical, plumbing, and gas, because of the way the schedules are done, they don't differentiate between it being a homeowner, it's based on square footage, and so we did not change those ones. So there will be some impact to some of those residential permits, but it's not going to be a lot. But we did not do that here. And then we did have that conversation really quickly about the home-based business. You will see that it's not on this list primarily because that home-based business is a development permit. And then if we're looking at it from a commercial perspective in terms of the major and the minor, and that is one of our first priorities that we want to be looking at is the home-based business system. If you do want us to include it, we can, but also know if we've missed anything off of this list, we will come back at a future amendment as well. And there is a few minor things that we're not able to actually regulate. Condo unit conversion at $40 has to stay at $40 because it's regulated by the province. So those are just the changes and why.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll just speak to it really quick. First, I'll thank the mayor for making some adjustments or proposing some adjustments and meeting in middle ground. Also want to thank administration for responding last minute. I know it's never easy, and I'm sorry I put you guys in these predicaments, but really appreciate you getting that put together. I don't have much more to say to this except opportunity for additional revenue should minimally impact residents within Beaumont. And yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
All right, any debate on this? Any councillor want to speak to this? Councillor Penrod.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate, Mayor, you bringing the friendly amendments. I think this is improved. It is de-risked. I think most of the de-risking, risk hasn't been removed. We have decreased the risk involved here. And I think especially the move from 15 to 10 does some of that. The carve-out that excludes the home improvements versus new development, I think is a good one. Unfortunately, that was like the lowest on my concerns as far as the risk pieces. Councillor Hyde spoke to the potential to frustrate the development community. That's kind of, I guess, outside of that process for consultation. That still remains, and the impact on commercial development still remains. So I continue to think the better approach would be a subsequent motion to your motion. So you'll make the decision on how to proceed. I could support a subsequent motion. I don't think I can support this.
Thank you, Councillor Penrod. Any other councillor want to speak to this debate? Thank you, Councillor Tallenboss, for taking the amendment. I believe this helps us to, again, protect the residents from those increases, as well as attract the development that truly want to be in Beaumont, as well as to be, I personally don't think it'll be a deterrent. They'll find a way to make up the difference, and this is future costs for future people moving into Beaumont as well, so we're not paying the cost for that, so thank you for that. If there's no other debate, do you want to speak to closing on that?
I think I'm good. I think I've voiced my opinion there. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll go to a vote. Can you just move the motion up to the top part, please? Just so we can see the wording, yeah. Okay. We're just missing one person.
I'm showing that Councillor Hyde hasn't voted.
All right, so that did pass 5-2 with Hyde and Mr. Dean Penrod, since he didn't support it. Thank you for that. All right, do we need to go to another reading? Is that the procedure now?
I do have one more amendment here.
Okay.
Just trying to fit it on the screen.
No problem. Councillor Murray.
I actually thought that we were going to, I didn't realize that we were going to read this. I thought it was going to, this is a subsequent motion?
Ms. Dargy.
Hi, thanks. Councillor Murray, if you do want a subsequent motion to bring back a report to show the impacts of those changes, that would then be a subsequent motion. But it was our understanding that you wanted to proceed with making these amendments.
Sorry, I think I had the conversation with Ms. Raymond over messaging, and then I didn't actually communicate that.
No problem. We'll put that forward as a subsequent motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, with that, we'll go to second reading.
Just a quick question, just in regards to a very conservative estimate as to what that decrease or increase of revenue could bring. Jay, are you able to speak to that, or are you still working on that? No pressure.
Through the mayor to Councillor Natellenbas. So my good partner, Ms. Raymond, suggested she could be comfortable with $50,000.
50, was that? Yeah, thank you.
I can speak to that. Are we ready for this? Sorry, I'm just looking at the clerk. Madam Clerk, are we ready to speak to this motion? Okay. That bylaw 1093-25 to 2026 fees and charges bylaw as amended be given second reading. Carried unanimously, Shit. Sorry, did you already put CU up? No discussion about this, okay. She already decided for us. All right, carried unanimously. The power of suggestion.
Too late to add that psychic services to the revenue stream.
All right, so looking to you for direction here. I'm gonna.
Sorry, my apologies. I was dealing with finance. Sorry. Could you repeat?
Yes, that could be a difficult thing, I'm sure.
We're just trying to figure out process here with the last amendment that went through. So, sorry, what was the question?
I'm just looking to you for direction here. Are we going to a third reading, or do we need to do something after the second reading?
Now we will do a motion for a third reading to be considered.
Would someone else like to make a motion? Councillor Penrod.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that bylaw 1093-25 2026 fees and charges bylaw be considered for third reading.
Any discussion on this, or? Nope. Okay. Passed. Carried unanimously. Who would like to, Councillor Van Newkirk?
Yeah, sure. I'll move the bylaw 1093-25 2026 fees and charges bylaw be given third reading. Thank you.
Any discussion? No, okay. And carried unanimously. So I think next we are going on to the borrowing bylaw, is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor. We would do the borrowing bylaw first reading after the budget has been approved. If, break.
After that, we could go into the other approval, but I need to run the numbers, so I need the 50,000 to be in for sure before.
Perfect. We're just drafting a motion to include the 50,000 in the revenues for the budget.
Okay. So you're drafting a motion to include it, but it's an estimate, right?
It is. Through the mayor, it is an estimate, but it's a conservative estimate that we feel comfortable based on the adjustment to the fees would adjust.
Revenues?
To adjust the revenues by that. And so we would include it. It will change the tax rate.
The tax
a
rate,
little bit, yeah.
perfect. We want to have a update. Councillor Penrod, you want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, I think Mr. Bohachuk's busily drafting, but as we kind of come towards the end of this, I wonder, as we kind of hit some final numbers, how difficult it would be to kind of report back on our pie chart and how decisions that we've made along the way. Maybe that's something that comes as a communications exercise going forward, but just the kind of delta in the way these things are allocated within the budget. That'd be helpful for me, I think, and interesting to the community at large.
Through the mayor, that will be, we're looking probably to get revised the rate impact, all that stuff for targeting a Tuesday release. So we need some time to run and do the pieces. I don't want to rush and put something out in the public that is wrong, and that creates a whole different problem. So
Fair enough. I agree. Yeah. Councillor Natalenbas?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the 2026 operating budget be adjusted to include 50K in revenues to account for the changes in the 1093-25 fees and charges bylaw.
Any discussion around this? Okay, we will vote. Carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, sorry. That carried unanimously. All right, so where do we go from here?
Madam Mayor, while we get the motion ready.
Sure.
I could just give you an update on what that monetary impact
Sure.
is on the tax rate. So we will end up at a 4.79% tax increase. And the motions are just being transcribed into they'll be up momentarily.
That's good. Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. You must be really good at math. I hope so. Councillor Hyde.
Yeah, while we got this chance to finish this update, I just want to thank everybody in this room that has worked really hard this last couple of days, and especially like council has racked their brain, and it's not just the time that we put in this room. I know that there's been hours and hours poring over these things every night, and all the prep work that you guys did before that. And I know you're going to start prepping for the budget for next year tomorrow. So, you're never done. But I also want to thank the public, everybody that's been able to tune in and see us at our best and at our worst and working really hard to get this down to where we feel it's a manageable number. So I just wanted to really thank everybody, including the public, for being so engaged this year, because they have been very engaged. And I think this is a budget for the future. And it sets a path for us going forward. So thank you very much.
Well said. Okay, so we have a motion for the final budget approval. I'm sorry. Sorry? Okay. Sorry, we don't have one right yet. Are you you do the motion? Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you for your patience for those who are watching online. We're on the final stretch here.
So Mayor, this is the final budget approval. Motions.
All right, so a motion that this is the final budget approval, that the 2026 municipal operating budget, including a general municipal tax levy of $1,496,659, or 4.79% tax increase, with total revenues matching expenses at $58,162.249 will be adopted. 162,249 be adopted. That the 2026 consolidated capital budget with revenues matching expenses at $18,724,856 be adopted, and that this 2026 utility operating budget with revenues matching expenses at $15,088,823 be adopted.
Thank you. Without any debate, Councillor Penrod.
Thanks, Mayor. There's been a trend in municipalities in the region when we come down to this, where there have been some folks that have voted against budgets at this stage. And that comes to like a broader trend of like claiming victory or responsibility for individual motions. Just building on what Councillor Hyde had said earlier, thanks to everyone. I think we've served the community well as far as entertaining all the options. I think it's hard to say where we would have gotten if any one of us would have had our exact preferred approach, but that's not the system that we're in. We're in a system where we all have to put things forward and listen to one another and kind of manage different priorities. And along the way, I think our democratic system has been shown over hundreds of years that that's where we get to the best solutions ultimately. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for listening well to each other and for supporting the process. So even though every vote or motion didn't go my way, even though if I had it unto myself, it might have gone a slightly different way, I will support this budget wholeheartedly. It's not about one agenda, it's really about all of us together serving the community, and that's how we make decisions for the community as a whole council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Penrod. Any other councillors want to make? Okay. Councillor Hyde, I don't know if you're going to speak to this.
I don't think I need to speak to this. It's a lot of millions to talk about, so I'll just leave it alone and let us vote.
Okay, let's vote. So we are voting to accept the proposed motion here.
I just want to say you're voting to approve.
Approve, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Approve the budget, the final budget approval as is stated here. We are voting to approve. And that carried unanimously.
Now we'll be moving on to the first reading of the borrowing bylaw.
Okay.
And so, thank you, Mayor. Just as a reminder, so this will be the first reading for the levy-supported debenture on the utility infrastructure that we are recommending.
I'm sorry, could you speak closer?
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah.
So thank you, Mayor. So this will be the first reading for the borrowing bylaw for the levy-supported utility debenture that we'll be looking to take out to support the utility infrastructure that was just approved in the budget.
I'm sorry, I'm going to, Councillor Penrod, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that bylaw 1094-25, borrowing bylaw, a bylaw that authorizes the financing, design, and construction of the St. Vital P&R upgrades, be given first reading.
Any discussion on that? Okay, we'll go to a vote. Pass, carried unanimously.
And so now we will, for part of debt compliance, so we will post it and it'll have to be reviewed for 6 weeks, and then we'll bring the second and third reading back for council's consideration.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I thank you for, yes, thank you for my colleagues, council and all of admin for during these past 2 days and working together to bring us to this place, and for the engagement of the public. We appreciate everyone's efforts. None of this is easy for any of us, but we're all in together. I do want to make mention that we are not going to have deliberations tomorrow. I don't know if you need to advertise that, just to remind you, if we've already put that out to the public, it needs to be taken back, but.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Legislative Services will ensure too that the proper cancellation is provided to the public. We do have another motion prior to adjourning when.
Okay. I thought we were done. Let's do it.
So we will be moving the subsequent motions related to the budget matters to the December 9th, 2025 regular council meeting. And given that that agenda is heavy, we are asking for council also to consider starting the meeting at 5 p.m.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that? Just give you a consensus. Okay.
We do need a vote.
Perfect.
I have it ready to go here, Mayor.
All right, that item 8, subsequent motions relate to budget matters from the November 19, 2025 to 2026 budget presentations and deliberations agenda be deferred to the December 9th, 2025 regular council meeting, and that the December 9th, 2025 regular council meeting commence at 5 p.m. Any discussion on this? Debate? Okay, we will vote. Yeah, we're just waiting for the voting. Carried unanimously. All right, so is that it? One more? Sorry. One more motion. Gotcha. Oh, to adjourn. Sorry. All right. Motion to adjourn. I know.